What you are about to hear is an in-depth investigation of the Great Pyramid and other advanced technologies in Egypt. The first 2 hours will examine the history of the Great Pyramid, including who may have built it and how. The second half will examine at least 10 seemingly unsolvable puzzles posed by ancient Egypt. Towards the end, we will present a truly shocking theory for the purpose of the Great Pyramid. For anyone interested in these subjects, this is an unmissable video. At the outset, this is more of an audiobook, although it does contain thousands of images and hundreds of clips, many from inside the Great Pyramid itself. Human consciousness quickly adapts to something new, even when previously unfamiliar. Electricity, manned space flights, the internet, iPhones, high-speed railways, and much more. All of this is part of our bustling but quite ordinary reality today. A reality that, just 100 years ago, would have seemed like wild fantasy to anyone. However, it is natural that for those born after the introduction of the next technological innovation, it no longer seems like a miracle. Human memory, on the other hand, is short. What our grandparents, parents, and ancestors experienced and witnessed reaches us only as dry lines in history textbooks, memoir retellings, yellowed photographs, and other relics of past years. It can be challenging for those of us who did not live in those times to judge the purpose and use of certain objects or the atmosphere of past eras. And what can be said about the distant past? We mostly form an approximate understanding of bygone times through written documents and archaeological records. If historical artifacts are not accompanied by texts, or if the corresponding inscriptions cannot be deciphered, such items are often filed away as curious finds or as ritual objects. It is not surprising that the study of the past brings with it many mysteries. Answers and clues are almost always far fewer than the questions. Thus, many mysteries remain as blank spots for the time being. Of course, studying events, facts, and phenomena that occurred thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago poses a particular challenge and intrigue. Here, however, considerable uncertainty is introduced by dating errors and the difficulty of tracing the horizontal connections of any given historical period. Furthermore, the development of history is never smooth or linear. Natural disasters and cataclysms, epidemics, wars, and the colonization of new lands have repeatedly erased or radically changed the appearance of mighty civilizations. Chronicles and knowledge accumulated in the largest libraries over centuries were often mercilessly destroyed by fire, or, in other cases, perished in earthquakes and floods. Such a fate befell the library of Persepolis, which was burned by the forces of Alexander the Great when they captured the city. In the early first millennium, Roman conquerors destroyed the library of Carthage, and, later, that of Constantinople. During the reign of Julius Caesar, a massive blow was dealt to the library of Alexandria, which housed more than 500,000 ancient books and manuscripts. When Alexandria was later captured by the third caliph of Islam, invaluable scrolls were used to heat the city baths for 6 months. The caliph's decision was as follows. The contents of these books either agree with the Quran or contradict it. If they agree, the Quran can do without them. If they contradict it, they are harmful. Therefore, let them be destroyed. All the temple libraries of the goddess Neith, which Solon used, and of the god Ptah in Memphis, were also destroyed. The library of Pharaoh Cheops was also wiped out. 200,000 volumes and manuscripts from the library of Priam disappeared without a trace. In the 3rd century BCE, Chinese Emperor Qin Shi Huang of the Qin dynasty ordered the burning of all books, including the works of Confucius. Only books on agriculture, medicine, and black magic were spared from the fire. The ancient works that have survived to this day represent only a tiny portion of the creations of well-known authors. For example, out of 142 books written by Titus Livius, only 35 have survived. Of 30 books written by Tacitus, only 4 survived. Books by Polybius fared no better. Only 5 remain. And of all the works of Aristotle, we can only read one in full. The terrible epidemic that struck the Inca Empire in pre-Columbian times led not only to human losses. The oracle declared that in order to save the people, all written documents must be destroyed. As a result, only a few paintings describing Inca history survived. Later, in the 16th century, the Spanish sent these documents to Madrid, but the ship carrying them sank. In the 16th century, by the command of the Bishop of Mexico, Juan de Zumárraga, 500 indigenous temples and 20,000 idols were destroyed. At the same time, during the forced conversion of the Mayan people to Christianity, thousands of chronicles, scientific and religious books, were burned on the orders of the Spanish priest Diego de Landa. By pure chance, 3 of them survived. In 1971, to everyone's surprise, a 4th Mayan book was discovered. One of the books, the Troano Codex, mentions the submergence of the land of the Clay Hills into the ocean, along with its 64 million inhabitants, 8,060 years ago. Apparently, it was at that time that all their libraries disappeared as well. Only a few crumbs of knowledge from antiquity have reached us. Nevertheless, the restoration of elements of past cultures, despite the seeming hopelessness of this endeavor, is possible, at least in parts. The key to unlocking many ancient mysteries lies deep in the earth and at the bottom of lakes, seas, and oceans. In cases where there are no written or other documentary sources, historians turn to what is called history armed with a shovel, known to you and me as archaeology. By studying ancient artifacts and reconstructing the history of nations and peoples through burial sites, ruins of buildings, weapons, utensils, jewelry, and so on, archaeology has often solved the most complex mysteries and sometimes caused true revolutions in historical science, significantly expanding its time frame. Despite the ambiguous interpretation of some discoveries, it is clear that researchers should approach ancient chronicles and documents with great care. We must remember that our ancestors were curious, observant, and very accurate in their descriptions. Thousands of years ago, history was written more or less the same way it is today. If chroniclers of distant eras can be faulted for anything, it is for concealing unpleasant facts. For example, a tax imposed by some ancient king or pharaoh was often omitted in their chronicles. At the same time, a military defeat was presented as a series of victorious battles in a sequence that actually indicated a hasty retreat. But such practices exist even today. Endless promises and self-glorification by prehistoric kings are almost exact copies of what today's rulers do. However, when it comes to dates, descriptions of events, and other details, it is necessary to treat the information coming from the depths of millennia with great trust, following, of course, the principle of trust but verify. Arbitrary and biased divisions of the facts uncovered into myths and actual events is a flawed practice, as it can immediately dismiss extraordinarily important information. Any data should be thoroughly studied and cross-referenced with other available sources, no matter how fantastic they may seem at first glance. An example of this is the discovery of the legendary Troy. Many people admired Greek mythology and Homer's epics, but a century ago, few could have imagined that truth lay behind those myths and epics. To everyone's amazement, excavations led by Heinrich Schliemann proved that the places associated with the epics were indeed centers of an ancient culture that surpassed early Greek civilization. Thus, in 1876, the Mycenaean culture was discovered. Schliemann did not live long enough to test his second hypothesis about the island of Crete. In the early 20th century, archaeologist Arthur Evans did so, and it turned out that the Mycenaean culture was preceded by an even earlier Minoan culture. Therefore, legends and epics are not just someone's inventions. Some technologies used in antiquity remain incomprehensible to us today. For example, all of the experience of modern construction is insufficient to replicate the colossi of the pyramids of Cheops and Khafre. Furthermore, no one can clearly or consistently explain who worked on the giant megaliths of Baalbek and Stonehenge, or when and for what purpose. Even in the 21st century, we do not understand how or by whom the intricately carved crystal skull found among the ruins of the Honduran city of Lubantuam was made. The skull was made in such a way that tool marks are not visible even under a microscope. Meanwhile, this skull is between 3,000 and 5,000 years old. Conversely, scientific foresight and common sense often fail scientists. It is hard to believe, but until 1803, the French Academy of Sciences did not recognize the existence of meteorites. The British Royal Astronomical Society considered space travel absolute nonsense until the mid-20th century. In the early 19th century, in a book by J. Littrow, the director of the Vienna Astronomical Observatory, it was scientifically proven that man could not land on the moon. As recently as 1957, these views were supported by the father of modern electronics and the inventor of the cathode ray tube, Lee de Forest. But just over a decade later, manned and Earth-controlled space stations were making their way to the moon. These facts vividly illustrate the axiom: the opinion of the majority is not necessarily the truth. As is well known, ancient Egypt is a delicate matter. Some of the most important discoveries from these lands remain blank spots to this day. Only a few people fully understand the history of the land of the pharaohs, or perhaps we should say the history of the land before the pharaohs. At the edge of the desert, on the west bank of the Nile, one can see the enigmatic Giza Plateau. Today, the plateau has been nearly engulfed by the rapidly expanding Greater Cairo. Nevertheless, the complex of three pyramids, Khufu's, Khafra's, and Menkaura's, along with the Great Sphinx, represents the pinnacle of ancient Egyptian architecture. The Giza pyramids have evoked awe in all who see them. Century after century, they have securely guarded their secrets. Even the method of their construction remains the subject of heated debate among historians and engineers. The largest of these, the Great Pyramid, is the only ancient wonder still standing today. It was originally 146.6 meters tall, but now stands at 137.5 meters due to the loss of the granite capstone during an earthquake. It is often said that the Great Pyramid's height was only surpassed in the late 19th century with the construction of the Eiffel Tower, which stands 300 meters tall. However, this is not entirely true. The Lincoln Cathedral, built between 1092 and 1311, and the Church of St. Olaf in Tallinn both exceeded the Great Pyramid in height. However, their lead was marginal, at around 10 meters. By the 19th century, several structures, including St. Nicholas Church in Hamburg, Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, Cologne Cathedral, and the Washington Monument, also surpassed the Great Pyramid. Nevertheless, its height remained a record for an exceptionally long time. Constructing such structures, even with the most powerful modern mechanisms, remains as an extremely challenging task. And the ancient Egyptians knew nothing of cranes or excavators. In fact, they didn't even have the steel chisels or hammers we consider commonplace. How, then, did these grand, perfectly proportioned man-made mountains arise? These details will be discussed later. The Great Pyramid was constructed from 2.3 million limestone blocks, each fitted with extraordinary precision. The blocks, each weighing about 2 tons, were held together by a special limestone mortar that filled gaps and fissures. Most of the limestone was quarried at the pyramid's base, but the white limestone used for cladding was brought from the other side of the Nile. To imagine its scale, consider this. Just the Great Pyramid's carefully polished stone blocks weigh a total of about 6.5 million tons. Initially, the pyramid gleamed white, but during the construction of medieval Fustat, later Cairo, the cladding was removed, and even the limestone mortuary temple on the eastern side of the pyramid was dismantled, leaving only remnants of its black basalt floor. The Valley Temple was covered by an Arab village, and parts of it were rediscovered in 1991 during sewer construction. All these giant stone blocks had to be precisely oriented during placement, and, before that, delivered to the site. How was this achieved? And why was it necessary to build such massive structures? Could it really be all about the vanity of pharaohs, wishing to immortalize their rule? One of the earliest accounts of the pyramids can be found in the work of the father of history, Herodotus, who traveled through Egypt in the 5th century BCE. He stated that Khufu spent 10 years constructing a kilometer-long paved road from the Valley Temple to the Mortuary Temple, and 20 years building the pyramid itself. However, much of what is described in his work Histories seems astonishing and doubtful. It appears that he relied not so much on facts, but on folklore and legends. Diodorus Siculus, another ancient historian, claimed that 360,000 Egyptians worked on the pyramid's construction. According to inscriptions, the cost of food alone for the workers, simple fare such as radishes, onions, and garlic, amounted to 1,600 talents of silver. While conversions to modern currency are imprecise, this sum equates to over $7.5 million. For comparison, the Athenian Parthenon cost only 700 talents. Every other work on Egyptology claims that the primary purpose of the pyramids was to serve as tombs for pharaohs. But even if we consider that pharaohs called themselves living embodiments of gods, why would they so thoughtlessly expend the labor and lives of slaves and free Egyptians, essentially sealing decades and thousands of lives into the foundations of 150-meter tombs? Perhaps the pyramids were built for some other purpose. In the 7th century AD, followers of the Prophet Muhammad consolidated power in the East. When they captured Alexandria, they found 4,000 palaces, 4,000 baths, and 4,000 theaters. Muslims showed great interest in knowledge, soon translating ancient Greek texts into Arabic. Arabs themselves authored numerous new works, combining ancient knowledge with their own scientific discoveries. During the Middle Ages, few capitals could rival Baghdad in enlightenment. The legendary Caliph Harun al-Rashid paid translators their weight in gold for their manuscripts. Harun's younger son, Abdullah Al-Mamon, personally translated Ptolemy's major astronomical treatise, the Almagest, into Arabic. Claiming to have been visited in a dream by Aristotle, he then tasked 70 scholars with reproducing the image of the Earth and creating the first star chart in the Islamic world. This project was progressing well until Al-Mamon received reports that the Great Pyramid contained a secret chamber with maps and tables of earthly and celestial spheres. Rumors also suggested the pyramid housed countless treasures and peculiar artifacts such as weapons that do not rust and glass that bends but does not break. Considering the discoveries of Arab explorers of the era, these accounts deserve attention even today. As with all greatness, mockery eventually arises. In 820 AD, the Caliph set out for Giza with an army and a team of builders, architects, and stonemasons determined to penetrate the Great Pyramid. Days of searching for a hidden entrance yielded no results. Al-Mamon decided to break through the stone walls, hoping this would reveal a concealed entryway. Shortly after, the work began. Critics of this idea, both among his entourage and the locals, warned him of divine retribution or doubted the possibility of breaching such a structure. Unfazed, Al-Mamon drew on his experience in siege warfare. His men poured boiling vinegar on the pyramid's northern face to weaken the stonework and used a battering ram to break through. The team managed to carve a tunnel over 30 meters long. However, even torches were extinguished in the oxygen-starved passage. Al-Mamon was considering alternative approaches when someone in the tunnel heard a faint sound, as though something had fallen behind the stone barrier. Encouraged, the workers pressed on and soon broke through to an extraordinarily dark, ominous, and challenging corridor. They discovered that the sound had come from a large prism-shaped stone that had fallen from the ceiling. The corridor was 1 meter wide, 1.17 meters tall, and inclined at a 26-degree angle. Climbing upward, the Arabs discovered a hidden entrance 14.7 meters above the pyramid's base, 10 layers of masonry higher than Al-Mamon had anticipated, and 7.2 meters east of the main axis of the northern face. The other end of the corridor led to an unfinished chamber containing only rubble and sand. Another corridor led to a dead end, and a 9-meter shaft also showed no continuation. Soot marks on the ceilings indicated that someone had visited these passages before, removing anything of value. Attention returned to the large stone that had fallen from the corridor ceiling. The Arabs realized it was part of a massive rectangular granite plug, likely blocking another ascending corridor. Ancient texts made no mention of such features, and Al-Mamon believed he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Attempts to break the granite plug proved futile, so he ordered the softer limestone around it to be excavated. After removing the limestone, they encountered another granite plug that was just as thick. Behind it was another, and so on. The corridor was filled with stones, and after clearing them, the workers faced more granite barriers. In total, over 20 obstacles were encountered within a relatively short section. Eventually, they accessed a narrow ascending corridor about 1.2 meters wide and high. After 45 meters, they reached a low horizontal tunnel that ended in a rectangular chamber with limestone walls, a rough floor, and a gabled ceiling. In Arab tradition, women were buried in tombs with gabled roofs, and men in tombs with flat roofs. Thus, Al-Mamon named this chamber the Queen's Chamber, a name still used by Egyptologists 1,200 years later. The eastern wall of this chamber contained a niche that the Arabs believed could lead to another chamber. They cut about a meter into the wall but found nothing, and moved on to explore other corridors. In the ascending passageway, sidewall openings suggested that this tunnel once continued horizontally to the Queen's Chamber. In the flickering torchlight, the Arabs realized they were at the bottom of a narrow gallery, seemingly leading to the pyramid's core. The gallery was steep and slippery, but stone ledges with grooves along the sides allowed climbing. After ascending 45 meters, they encountered a large stone platform measuring 1.8 by 2.4 meters. Behind it was a horizontal passage just over a meter high, leading to a small chamber. From there, a corridor opened into a large hall 10 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 5.7 meters high. Its walls, floor, and ceiling were lined with polished red granite. The flat ceiling led the Arabs to call this space the King's Chamber. The chamber contained little of note except a large, polished, chocolate-colored granite sarcophagus. According to Arab accounts, the sarcophagus had no lid. Legends claim that Al-Mamon found a stone statue of a man inside, which contained a mummy clad in golden armor adorned with jewels and a priceless sword. However, no credible evidence supports these tales. Frustrated, the Arabs began digging a new passage in the chamber's corner. Al-Mamon concluded that the pyramid was either looted before his time or, given the extensive obstacles, built empty from the start. The Arab historian al-Makrizi wrote in his book Khitat that when Caliph al-Ma'mun realized that there were no heaps of gold inside the Great Pyramid, he secretly ordered a few golden items from his personal stores to be placed in the sarcophagus, proclaiming it a divine gift from Allah. He felt sorry for all the effort of the people who, at his command, had broken into the pyramid only to find nothing. Afterward, the Arabs abandoned the pyramid, leaving it untouched for the next 4 centuries. Apparently, other ancient treasure seekers, unknown to us, were also disappointed upon entering the pyramids. As a result, interest in the pyramids waned for a long time. Subsequent centuries saw powerful earthquakes destroy much of northern Egypt's structures. Local residents repurposed the Great Pyramid's limestone casing for their own construction projects. 2 bridges were built across the Nile to transport the heavy stones, which were used to construct prominent buildings, such as Sultan Hassan's famous minaret in Cairo, built in 1356. The French Baron d'Anglure, visiting Egypt in the 1390s, reported that the dismantling of the pyramids continued, and that fallen stones from the Great Pyramid had already buried the entrance carved by Al-Mamon. The next surge of interest in the pyramids occurred in the 17th century, when Europeans began to study the great Egyptian pyramids. Their aim was less about finding treasures and more about uncovering the mysteries of world history and religion. Some hoped to find factual evidence of biblical texts within the pyramids. John Greaves, an English mathematician and astronomer who taught geometry in London, decided to travel to Egypt to search for ancient Egyptian scientific treatises hidden within the pyramids. In the previous century, Girolamo Cardano, a close friend of Leonardo da Vinci, and a prominent Milanese physicist and mathematician of the 16th century, suggested the existence of precise scientific knowledge predating the Greeks. Cardano believed that even Pythagoras recognized the origin of ancient measures in Egypt, where they were derived from the certain natural constants. Greaves was convinced that even if he could not find ancient manuscripts, simply measuring the pyramid might reveal significant insights about the nature of the world. Greaves managed to enter the pyramid and followed the path once cleared by Al-Mamon. The pyramid was home to countless bats, and Greaves had to fend them off with his pistol. Each shot reverberated through the narrow corridors like cannon fire. The pyramid's architecture astonished Greaves. He described it as one of the greatest structures on Earth, but questioned whether such a monumental edifice could have been constructed merely to house a burial chamber with an empty tomb. Using a special measuring rod based on the standard English foot, Greaves measured the length, width, and height of the king's chamber. He also counted the rows of granite blocks, calculated their dimensions, and made measurements of the tomb with a precision to the thousandth of a foot. Returning to the base of the Grand Gallery, Greaves discovered a carved plate that revealed a vertical shaft descending steeply. He descended 18 meters to a widened area resembling a grotto. Due to the stench and hordes of bats, he chose not to descend further, but dropped a burning torch to estimate the depth. Upon returning to London, he published his findings in a book titled Pyramidographia, earning him the position of Professor of Astronomy at the University of Oxford. His book sparked lively discussions in the scientific community. The renowned English physician William Harvey, the discoverer of the circulatory system, suggested that the tomb chambers must have ventilation shafts. Otherwise, the air would be unbreathable. Greaves did not notice such openings, likely mistaking them for lamp niches. Harvey's hypothesis was confirmed only decades later. Before leaving Egypt, Greaves left his tools with a young Venetian, Tito Livio Burattini, who was also interested in the pyramids and their system of measurements. Burattini's expedition was funded by Jesuit Athanasius Kircher from Krakow, who had recently moved to Rome and corresponded with Galileo, then exiled in Florence for supporting Copernican ideas. Both Kircher and Galileo were fascinated by the idea of a universal system of measures, which they hoped to uncover in the pyramids. Burattini spent 4 years in Egypt and sent a comprehensive report of his work to Kircher before departing. This report proved invaluable, as Burattini was later attacked by robbers in the Balkans, who stole not only his money, but also all the records he had planned to publish in Italy. Greaves's work also intrigued Isaac Newton. He published his dissertation on the sacred cubit of the Jews and the cubits of various nations, in which he calculated the Memphis cubit, based on measurements taken by John Greaves. Newton's interest in the pyramids stemmed not from a fascination with a universal measure, but from his need to determine the Earth's circumference, a key parameter for his studies on gravity, which he believed was encoded in the Great Pyramid. Interest in the pyramids waned again shortly thereafter. Travel to Egypt was extremely dangerous, as the region, though under Ottoman control, was rife with lawlessness. Without personal security guards, which Greaves had, venturing outside, especially into the desert, was perilous. Still, research continued. In 1765, Englishman Nathaniel Davison, who would later serve as the British consul in Algeria, spent his vacation in Egypt accompanied by Edward Wortley Montagu, a former British ambassador to the Ottoman Empire. Davison conducted a thorough exploration of the Great Pyramid. He even attempted to clear the shaft that Greaves had partially descended. By then, the bottom of the shaft was clogged with sand and stones. Davison managed to descend nearly 60 meters, but bats and limited oxygen from his lamps forced him to abandon the effort. Turning his attention to other parts of the pyramid, he noticed unusual echoes in the Grand Gallery. Upon investigation, he discovered a roughly 60-centimeter-wide opening at the top of the gallery. Using 7 ladders, Davison reached the hole, cleared it of bat droppings, and crawled through a passageway. About 7 or 8 meters in, he entered a chamber so low he could not stand upright. However, it was as wide as the king's chamber below. Clearing more bat guano, Davison realized the floor of this chamber formed the ceiling of the king's chamber. Finding nothing of interest, Davison carved his name into the wall and named the space Davison's Chamber. A new researcher was soon on the horizon. On May 19, 1798, a fleet of 328 ships set sail from the French port of Toulon. On board were 35,000 troops tasked with conquering Egypt. The army was commanded by 29-year-old General Bonaparte. Napoleon, upon encountering the pyramids, immediately calculated that if only the Great Pyramid were dismantled, the stone could be used to build a wall 1 foot thick and 10 feet high around all of France. Napoleon had always been fascinated by the pyramids, and he even brought with him a team of 175 scholars, including experts in Egyptian history. He hoped that France could distinguish itself not only through military victories but also through great scientific discoveries. Unfortunately, nothing particularly remarkable was discovered in the Great Pyramid. Bats continued to inhabit it, hindering efforts to investigate the vertical shaft, and in Davison's chamber, the layer of guano had already risen to 28 centimeters. One of the scholars, François Jomard, circled the pyramid and ordered the northeast and northwest corners cleared of piled stones. He discovered an esplanade on which the pyramid had originally been built, as well as two rectangular depressions measuring 3 by 3.6 meters, and extending about half a meter into the foundational masonry. This allowed for the first precise measurement of the pyramid's base. Its height was soon calculated as well. After lengthy calculations and conversions of measurement units into stadia and cubits, Jomard concluded that the Egyptians had based their system of measurement on the Earth's dimensions and immortalized this system in the pyramid. Indeed, as early as Eratosthenes, it had been claimed that the perimeter of the Great Pyramid's base equaled half a minute of a degree of longitude. In other words, the pyramid's perimeter multiplied by 480 equaled 1 degree of the Earth's circumference. Jomard divided a degree, which he calculated as 110,827 meters, by 480 and arrived at 230.8 meters, almost exactly the pyramid's measured perimeter. His calculations were accurate, with minimal error. Trying to determine the cubit length that matched these dimensions, Jomard found a reference in Herodotus stating that 400 cubits equaled a Ptolemaic stadium, 185 meters, equivalent to 600 feet. Jomard divided the pyramid's epithem, the height of the triangular face, by 400 and derived a cubit length of 0.4618 meters. This turned out to be precisely the cubit used by the Egyptians during Napoleon's time. According to other ancient sources, the base of the pyramid equaled 500 cubits. Multiplying 0.4618 by 500, Jomard arrived at 230.9 meters, the previously calculated perimeter of the base. Jomard's findings astonished his colleagues, who immediately began remeasuring the pyramid. They found that Jomard had been off by 2 meters in length and had incorrectly calculated the apothem's angle and length. Nonetheless, Jomard identified another correlation. 1/400th of the pyramid's perimeter equaled 0.5773 meters, the length of another Egyptian cubit, known as the Pic-Belady. He also hypothesized that from the bottom of the descending passage, the ancients might have observed a polar star crossing the meridian, allowing them to orient the pyramid with precision. Another of his ideas was that the king's chamber, with its empty sarcophagus, was not a tomb but a standard for measurements. Many contemporaries rejected Jomard's ideas. Despite the controversies, Jomard maintained his belief that the pyramid's builders not only possessed advanced knowledge of geography and geodesy, but also had some means of calculating a geographic degree and the Earth's circumference, which they embodied in the Great Pyramid. On August 12, 1799, Bonaparte visited the Great Pyramid with Imam Muhammad, who acted as his guide. Napoleon requested to be left alone in the king's chamber, as legend had it that Alexander the Great had once done the same. A few minutes later, Napoleon emerged unusually pale. When an aide jokingly asked if he had seen anything supernatural, Napoleon snapped, saying, "I don't intend to discuss it." He then calmed down and added that he never wished to speak of the incident again. As emperor, Napoleon later mentioned only in passing that he had learned something about his destiny in the king's chamber. On the island of St. Helena, as he lay dying, Napoleon referred to the pyramid again, appearing to want to tell his historian companion Las Casas something, but instead shaking his head. "No, what's the point? You wouldn't believe me anyway." Shortly thereafter, the French army was forced to withdraw from Egypt, retreating so hastily that the scholars were abandoned. They were captured by the British, but eventually allowed to return to France with their notes and drawings. By then, Napoleon was first consul. He ordered them to produce a monumental work on Egypt. With the help of numerous artists, printers, and 400 engravers, 9 volumes of text and 12 volumes of engravings were published over the next 25 years. Europe was shaken by wars, and for a time, new explorations fell by the wayside. Sand once again began to cover the entrances to the pyramids. However, after wars, people often crave new pursuits, and soon, many wealthy Europeans flocked to Egypt to see the ancient wonder of the world for themselves. Helping them was a Genoese merchant and captain, Giovanni Caviglia, who arrived in Egypt aboard his Maltese ship, flying the British flag. Caviglia, however, was far more than just a tour guide. A contemporary described him as an enthusiast who entered the sanctuary guarding the mysteries of antiquity. Caviglia cleared the guano deposits from Davison's chamber and made it his living quarters, though it remains unclear how one could live under a ceiling just 1 meter high. Alexander William Crawford, later Lord Lindsay, who met Caviglia in Egypt, recalled that he was a deeply religious man, and much of his pyramid exploration was tinged with mysticism. Caviglia told me that he delved into the study of magic, animal magnetism, and similar matters, becoming so enthralled that he nearly perished. He said he reached such depths that it is forbidden for man to penetrate further, and only the purity of his intentions saved him. Caviglia initially attempted to find a hidden chamber in the pyramid, hiring Arab laborers to dig a tunnel from Davison's chamber. However, they encountered nothing but endless stone masonry. Next, following Davison's example, Caviglia decided to explore the vertical shaft and attempted to clear its bottom to determine its purpose. Arabs began hauling sand up in baskets, but the lack of oxygen, causing workers to faint, along with a horrendous stench and bats, drove them to abandon the task. Trying to counter the odor, Caviglia burned sulfur in the shaft, but it was to no avail. He then decided to clear the main descending passage up to the shaft, which had once been filled with stones by Al-Mamon during his advance through the ascending passage. After the stones were removed, Caviglia crawled 45 meters along the passage on his hands and knees, only to be forced to retreat due to the lack of oxygen. On his second attempt, after another 15 meters, he discovered a low doorway on the western wall of the passage. Behind it lay the bottom of the shaft. While one mystery was solved, others emerged. Who built this shaft, and for what purpose? Meanwhile, another pyramid enthusiast appeared in Egypt, Richard William Howard Vyse, a British Guards officer and former equerry to the Duke of Cumberland. According to contemporaries, Vyse had a difficult character, and his family gladly gave him £10,000, a massive sum at the time, just to see him go far away. Vyse initially collaborated with Caviglia, but soon quarreled with him and decided to undertake independent research. He hired a professional civil engineer, John Perring, who was in the service of Muhammad Ali, the ruler of Egypt, and instructed him to measure all the pyramids and tombs on the Giza Plateau and those farther south. Vyse himself settled in an empty tomb near the Great Pyramid and hired a large workforce. His exploration of the pyramid became the largest operation since Al-Mamun's time, with as many as 700 laborers working for him at times. Realizing he lacked sufficient knowledge and experience, Vyse rehired Caviglia as his foreman. Their relationship briefly improved, and Vyse traveled along the Nile to study distant pyramids. Upon returning, he discovered that Caviglia had largely neglected work on the Great Pyramid, instead directing laborers to search nearby tombs for mummies and small green idols. A major quarrel ensued, with mutual accusations, forcing Vyse to personally oversee the workforce. The work intensified. In the Queen's chamber, they broke through the floor opposite the niche, only to find an old basket. In Davison's chamber, noticing a crack in the ceiling and assuming it indicated another chamber above, they began dismantling the roof. The stone proved incredibly tough, and the lack of oxygen in the chamber caused workers to fall ill. Weiss brought in skilled stonemasons from the Macadam Hills, but they too struggled with the conditions. Finally, Weiss decided to simply blow up the ceiling. When the dust settled, Weiss's suspicion was confirmed. There was indeed another chamber above Davison's chamber. He named it Wellington's chamber. It was entirely filled with black powdery residue, which turned out to be the remains of ancient insects. Weiss believed more chambers existed above, and he was right. Further explosions revealed 3 additional chambers. The topmost had a gabled ceiling. These chambers were named after Admiral Nelson, Lady Anne Arbuthnot, wife of Lieutenant General Robert Arbuthnot, who visited the pyramid shortly after the chamber's discovery, and Colonel Campbell, the British consul in Cairo. One of the discovered chamber's walls was covered in carved hieroglyphs, marking a significant discovery that will be discussed in detail later. Weiss also located the long-predicted ventilation shafts. Once cleared, fresh air began flowing into the king's chamber. Remarkably, the temperature at the pyramid's core remained constant at 20 degrees Celsius, regardless of external weather conditions. This seemed to support Jomard's theory that the chamber was originally a repository for standards of measurement, requiring consistent temperature. Weiss soon made another significant discovery. While clearing debris along the northern side of the pyramid to reach its base, he found 2 casing stones still in place. This find not only confirmed the existence of the pyramid's outer cladding, but also allowed for a more precise calculation of the wall's angle. According to Weiss, the angle was crafted so precisely, as if with modern optical instruments. The joints were barely discernible and no thicker than silver foil. In 1840, Colonel Weiss returned to England and published 2 volumes detailing his Egyptian explorations. Operations carried out at the pyramids of Giza in 1837, From Practice to Theory. Thankfully, the energetic methods of the zealous British colonel did not inspire his compatriots. Others preferred to rely on intellect rather than dynamite. John Taylor, editor of the London Observer, poet and essayist, had never been to Egypt, but using the works of Weiss and other eyewitnesses, he conducted extensive research. Taylor created blueprints and a model of the Great Pyramid, attempting to uncover the geometric and mathematical formulas reflected in its design. He soon discovered that dividing the pyramid's base perimeter by twice its height produced a value of 3.144, remarkably close to pi. This suggested that the pyramid's height is related to the base perimeter in the same way that a circle's radius relates to its circumference. Taylor saw this as more than coincidence. Later evidence supported his theory. The Rhind papyrus, dated to approximately 1700 BCE, indicates that the Egyptians knew the value of pi. Taylor proposed that the base perimeter of the pyramid symbolized the Earth's equator, while its height represented the distance from the Earth's center to the poles. He would later say, "The dimensions of the Earth are encoded within it." They knew Earth was a sphere. By observing celestial movements, they determined its circumference and sought to immortalize it in a form accessible to them. Taylor then searched for a universal unit of measurement used in the pyramid's construction, and concluded it closely resembled the British foot, which he believed was derived from the Hebrews, who had once lived in Egypt and carried this measurement away with them. He also discovered that the volume of the pyramid's sarcophagus was almost exactly divisible by the volume of an English bushel. Taylor became convinced that the pyramid was, indeed, an ancient chamber of weights and measures. In 1859, he published The Great Pyramid. Why was it built, and who built it? Taylor's discoveries gained enthusiastic support from Royal astronomer Charles Piazzi Smith, a member of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. Smith argued that the sacred cubit used by the pyramid's builders matched the cubit employed by Moses when constructing the Ark of the Covenant and by Noah when building his ark. Furthermore, Smith claimed that 1/25th of this cubit was roughly equivalent to the British inch. After Taylor's death in 1864, Smith, determined to prove the theory, traveled to Egypt to conduct new measurements, funded by the Royal Society in London. Arriving in Cairo in December of that year, Smith was appalled by Africa, writing in his diary about the abominations of the most disgusting city on earth, where the food stinks of garlic, pork fat, and African macaroni, and the air is steeped in the smell of dried human excrement. By day, flies torment you. By night, mosquitoes do the same, and at dawn, a cacophony of barking dogs and howling cats rises, rousing pigs, who in turn disturb geese and turkeys. Then the sun rises, a sphere of liquid fire. Local girls, he noted, would dart between the legs of large camels, grab warm dung, and mold it into beautiful cakes, destined to serve as foul, ammonia-laden fuel for the kitchens. Smith met with Ismail Pasha, the ruler of Egypt, who agreed to provide 20 workers for 2 weeks to clear the pyramid's main chambers. The Pasha also supplied pack animals to transport Smith's equipment to the site. Smith and his wife settled in an abandoned tomb on the eastern cliffs of the Giza Plateau, where Weiss had once lived. The bat population had not diminished over the years, and each evening the Smiths watched swarms of them leave the pyramid. This exodus lasted nearly 20 minutes without interruption. Hawks and owls swooped in to catch the bats as they emerged. Smith brought state-of-the-art measuring instruments, including a 270-centimeter-long metal rod, with thermometers at both ends to detect minor temperature changes, which might indicate hidden corridors. He also brought high-precision tools for astronomical observations. Smith spent 4 months in Egypt conducting precise measurements of the Great Pyramid. His findings partially confirmed and partially refuted his earlier hypotheses. Nevertheless, Smith concluded that the pyramid testifies to an astonishingly profound knowledge of astronomical and geographical disciplines, existing 1,500 years before the Greeks first explored these sciences. The Royal Society awarded Smith a gold medal, and he published his findings in the 3-volume work Life and Work at the Great Pyramid in January, February, March, and April 1865. Despite presenting extensive new data, Smith could not explain how the Egyptians possessed such advanced knowledge. He attributed it to divine providence. The Bible tells us that in prehistoric times, the Creator of all wisdom granted knowledge and metrical standards for construction to chosen individuals for reasons unknown to us. In an era of rapid scientific advancement, such statements did not win Smith popularity. Many openly mocked him. Nonetheless, no one else could explain how the ancient Egyptians acquired such deep knowledge. Undeterred, Smith continued his calculations and discovered that its height increased by 10 units for every 9 units of width. Smith interpreted these proportions as symbolizing Earth's orbit around the Sun. By multiplying the pyramid's height by 109, he obtained 146,944,000 kilometers, which he believed represented the radius of Earth's orbit. He was ridiculed again, though later scientists established that this radius varies between 145,600,000 and 147,200,000 kilometers. Should we dismiss Smith's result as mere coincidence? Mechanical engineer William Petrie became captivated by Taylor and Smith's theories and decided to conduct flawless technical measurements of the pyramid. Constructing perfect sextants, theodolites, and verniers took him 20 years. His son, Flinders Petrie, inherited his enthusiasm and began with measurements in England. Flinders traveled the country and even published a book on Stonehenge based on his findings. In 1880, At age 26, Flinders Petrie finally arrived in Egypt. Like his predecessors, he settled in an abandoned tomb. Petrie accomplished what Smith could not. He conducted a high-precision trigonometrical survey of the Giza Plateau, mapping the area around the main pyramids and associated temples and walls. To deter interruptions, he ostentatiously wandered the site in pink underwear, causing tourists to keep their distance. He then measured the pyramid with extraordinary accuracy. Most of his instruments allowed measurements to be within 1/200th of a centimeter and some to within 1/2000th. Petrie concluded that the ancient Egyptians possessed saws with blades approximately 2.7 meters long, whose teeth were made of hard, precious stones. To hollow out the interior of stone objects, they used drills with fixed cutting edges, possibly made of diamond or corundum. Petrie calculated that processing granite with such tools would require a force of 2 tons. However, he was unable to determine how this force was achieved. To be honest, modern drills could not compare to those of ancient Egypt. Such brilliant work indicates the existence of tools in antiquity that we are only now beginning to reinvent. Graham Hancock, in his book Fingerprints of the Gods, discusses the processing of the niche in the sarcophagus of the Great Pyramid. According to Petrie, the Egyptians must have moved from reciprocating cutting to rotary cutting, as if rolling a saw into a tube. Using this tubular drill to create circular grooves and breaking the remaining cores, they could remove a large amount of material with minimal effort. The diameter of these tubular drills ranged from 6 to 130 millimeters, and the cutting edge width from 0.8 to 5 millimeters. Of course, Petrie acknowledged that no one, including Egyptologists, had ever found actual diamond drills or saws. However, the surfaces shaped by cutting and drilling convinced him of the existence of such tools. Intrigued by the issue, he extended his research beyond the sarcophagus in the king's chamber to include numerous other granite artifacts and cores he collected in Giza. The deeper he delved into the problem, the more enigmatic ancient Egyptian stone-cutting technology appeared. What is astonishing is the force of the cutting, as evidenced by the speed with which the drills and saws cut through the stone. Apparently, when drilling granite with 100-millimeter drills, the load on them was no less than 1 to 2 tons. Granite core number 7 shows a spiral groove left by the cutting tool with a pitch along the whole axis of 1 inch, 25.4 millimeters, at a circumference of 6 inches, 152.4 millimeters, corresponding to an extraordinary cutting speed. This spiral groove geometry can only be explained by an enormous feed force applied to the drill. Is it not strange that, during the so-called dawn of civilization more than 4,500 years ago, ancient Egyptians wielded machine-age drills with spindle forces of 1 ton or more, enabling them to penetrate hard stones as though they were butter? Petrie could not explain this mystery, nor could he account for the tools used to carve hieroglyphs on diorite bowls from the 4th dynasty that he found in Giza. The hieroglyphs are incised into diorite with an exceptionally sharp tool, not scratched or ground, as evidenced by the edges of the lines. This greatly surprised the meticulous Petrie, as he knew that diorite is one of the hardest stones on Earth, far harder than iron. Yet, it seems the ancient Egyptians carved it with high precision, using some unknown engraving tool. Since the line width is only 0.17 millimeters, it is evident that the hardness of the cutting edge must surpass that of quartz. Moreover, the material must be tough enough to maintain such a sharp edge, about 0.13 millimeters. It is known that parallel lines were engraved with a spacing of only 0.8 millimeters. In other words, this refers to a tool with a tip as sharp as a needle, possessing such extraordinary hardness that it easily carved grooves in diorite. What was this tool? How was it operated? How was the necessary force applied? And how was the precision maintained to create parallel lines spaced just 0.8 millimeters apart? While tubular drills with diamond tips, as hypothesized by Petrie for the sarcophagus in the king's chamber, may be conceivable, it is harder to imagine an unknown tool for engraving diorite, unless one accepts the existence of a technological level far beyond what Egyptologists are willing to acknowledge. But this is not limited to a few hieroglyphs on some bowls. During his travels in Egypt, Hancock encountered numerous vessels dating back to pre-dynastic times, mysteriously carved from materials such as diorite, basalt, crystalline quartz, and schist. More than 30,000 such vessels were found beneath Djoser's step pyramid in Saqqara, dating to the 3rd dynasty. This suggests that they are at least as old as Djoser himself, circa 2650 BCE. They may even be older, as similar vessels have been discovered in layers attributed to pre-dynastic times, 4000 BCE and earlier. Moreover, the tradition of passing valuable items from generation to generation was well established in Egypt from time immemorial. Whether crafted in 2500 BCE, 4000 BCE, or even earlier, the stone vessels from the step pyramid are remarkable for their quality, achieved using some unknown and almost unimaginable tool. Why unimaginable? Many of these vessels are tall vases with long, thin, elegant necks and significantly expanded internal cavities, often featuring hollow shoulders. No tool has yet been invented that could carve vases of such shapes. The tool would need to be narrow enough to fit through the neck, yet robust and properly shaped to work on the shoulders and rounded internal surfaces. Moreover, how could sufficient force for such operations be applied inwards or outwards? Tall vases are not the only enigmatic vessels discovered in the step pyramid and other ancient structures. They include urns with intricate ornamental handles carved from single blocks of stone, pot-bellied vessels with very wide bases and extremely narrow necks, open bowls, almost microscopic phials, and peculiar wheel-shaped objects made of schist, with inward curving edges so thin they are nearly transparent. In every case, the precision of craftsmanship is astonishing. Internal and external walls are almost perfectly parallel, mirroring each other's shapes, and their surfaces are flawlessly smooth, without any tool marks. The technologies available to the ancient Egyptians that enabled such results remain unknown to us. Furthermore, even modern stoneworkers equipped with the best tungsten carbide tools would struggle to achieve such precision. This suggests that the ancient Egyptians employed some unknown or secret technology. Returning to pyramid measurements. Petrie believed that the perimeter of the Great Pyramid's base should be measured not at the edges of the corner indentations, as Smith had done, but along the edge of the pavement, about half a meter higher. This gave a measurement of 230.35 meters instead of 232.16 meters. Petrie demonstrated that the pyramid's construction employed a royal cubit, measuring 20.63 inches. Thus, the pyramid's base perimeter was 440 cubits, and its height was 280 cubits. This confirmed Taylor's view that the pyramid symbolized a sphere due to its incorporation of the value of pi, and it refuted Smith's belief that the base perimeter symbolized a calendar with a specific number of days in a year. Petrie published his findings in the book The Pyramids and Temples of Gizeh. Reflecting on the experience, he noted that, after being introduced to Smith's works 15 years earlier, he never imagined he would so thoroughly disprove them. David Davidson, an engineer from Leeds, England, noticed while studying Petrie's findings that the latter had not accounted for the unique feature of the pyramid's walls, which are slightly concave in the center. Davidson proposed that the parameters of these concavities were connected to the three primary types of years: solar, stellar, and anomalistic. New measurements were conducted, and the average base length of each side was calculated to be 232.192 centimeters. Many opponents arose to challenge these new calculations, but their arguments were ultimately refuted thanks to American geodesist John Hayford. In 1910, Hayford refined the measurement of Earth's axis, determining it to be 6,356,910 meters. A 10 millionth part of this measurement yielded a cubit length of 635.69 millimeters, Smith's sacred cubit, with an accuracy of 0.03 millimeters. Davidson suggested that the pyramid's builders intended to encode their knowledge for a future civilization far removed from their own time. Concave pyramid faces. Natural or purposeful? The pyramid's concave faces, often dismissed as the result of the stone settling over time, have also been interpreted as a deliberate feature. American engineer Raymond D. Manners, writing in the November 1996 issue of Faith magazine, proposed that these concave mirror-like surfaces, polished and covering an area of about 15 hectares, were designed to focus sunlight during the summer solstice, when the sun stood just 6.5 degrees from the zenith. The Great Pyramid reportedly began to shine like a diamond. At the focus of these concave mirrors, the temperature could rise to 1,000 degrees. Crowds gathered, hearing crackling sounds emanating from these points, which grew into a thunderous roar. Waves of heated air rose above the pyramid, and the shimmering surfaces created the illusion of a fiery column. This could have been interpreted as a divine road through which the god Ra descended to the people. Another prominent Egyptologist was Auguste Mariette, director of the Egyptian Antiquities Service. Mariette is credited with discovering the pyramid texts, although the narrative is often attributed to Gaston Maspero. The actual discovery was far more intriguing. A certain unnamed Arab reportedly made the initial find. He noticed a jackal near the pyramid with a peculiar, almost mocking expression. This unusual sight led him to suspect that the encounter was significant. The jackal slowly moved toward the northern face of the pyramid, and the Arab followed. The animal briefly paused, looked back as if to ensure the man was following, and then entered a burrow. The Arab followed the jackal into the burrow, emerging in a pyramid corridor. Lighting a torch, he discovered the walls were covered top to bottom with hieroglyphic inscriptions, skillfully carved and painted with gold. The Arab, initially seeking treasure, found the pyramid empty, as usual. Disappointed but intrigued, he reported the discovery to the department responsible for preserving antiquities, and a report reached Auguste Mariette, the era's most renowned Egyptologist and a pasha by title. Ironically, a jackal, a sacred animal in ancient Egyptian religion, facilitated this discovery. The Egyptians revered two jackal-headed gods, Anubis, who oversaw the weighing of the heart ritual in the afterlife, and Wepwawet, or Upuaut, the opener of ways. Gaston Maspero officially entered the Pyramid of Unas on February 28, 1881, but only after it had already been secretly explored by Mariette. Two other pyramids containing inscriptions had similarly been studied by Mariette before being announced by Maspero. Mariette, born in Boulogne, arrived in Egypt in 1851. His fame was cemented with his discovery of the vast underground galleries and sarcophagi of the Serapeum in Saqqara. Originally sent by the Louvre to acquire Coptic manuscripts, he redirected funds for unauthorized excavations at Saqqara. The Louvre forgave him and sent additional funds for further work. Thanks to his discoveries, Mariette gained the favor of Khedive Said and later Said's son, Ismail, who granted him significant authority. Mariette founded the Antiquities Service, a precursor to the Egyptian Antiquities Authority, and a museum that later became the famed Egyptian Museum in Cairo. He was the first to regulate the trade of antiquities and issue permits for archaeological research. By this time, Mariette was an aging and weary man, further burdened by the loss of his family during a massacre in Egypt. Many archaeologists noted that he was reluctant to grant research permits to younger colleagues, believing they lacked understanding or had no business in Egypt. When he received the report about the pyramid texts, Mariette dismissed it without investigation, declaring such inscriptions impossible and any study of that pyramid a waste of time and resources. At the time, no previously opened pyramids contained inscriptions. When Maspero argued otherwise, Mariette retorted, "If the pyramid contains texts, then it is not a burial structure at all, is it?" Maspero later reflected, "Everyone knew Mariette's opinion regarding the pyramids. He considered any work on mastebas worthwhile, but regarded pyramids as a waste of time and resources. He thus tried to prove that burial structures could not contain any inscriptions at all." In early 1880, the French government allocated substantial funds to the Antiquities Service, but only on the condition that at least one pyramid in Saqqara be explored. Maspero wrote that these funds were essentially granted to soften the intransigence of Mariette. The investigations began. Maspero later recalled, "The work, which commenced in April 1880 under the direction of Muhammad Chahin, led to the discovery of two partially destroyed burial chambers and a corridor, the walls of which were covered with hieroglyphics. The drawings of these inscriptions, made by Mr. Emile Brouche Bey, were handed to me by Mr. Mariette without any indication of their origin, accompanied only by a request to study and translate them. At first glance, it became clear to me that I was dealing with inscriptions that could only have come from the pyramid of Pepi the First." Mr. Mariette was so attached to his theory of silent pyramids that he initially refused to acknowledge that the burial chamber of the pyramid bore inscriptions relating to Pharaoh Pepi I. According to him, a very large mastaba tomb belonging to an ordinary individual had been discovered. On January 4, 1881, Mariette instructed his assistant, Emile Brouche, to investigate the jackal rumors. Shortly afterward, Brouche confirmed that the story had a factual basis. However, the jackal that smiled so enigmatically at the beginning of this story seemed to have done so with good reason. Mariette never learned what was written there. On January 19, 1881, he passed away in Boulak, near the famous museum he himself had established. Today, his embalmed body is preserved in a sarcophagus in the courtyard of the Cairo Museum. Nearby stands a bronze statue of Mariette, inscribed with the words, "To Mariette Pasha, from a grateful Egypt." Maspero, succeeding Mariette, used his newfound authority to immediately focus on the minor pyramids of the Memphis necropolis, which had been long neglected by researchers. He began his investigations in mid-February 1881 and continued them until late 1882. In less than a year, 5 so-called silent pyramids in Saqqara spoke, Maspero later proudly wrote. In total, nearly 4,000 lines of hymns and spells were discovered, most of which originated from the earliest periods of Egyptian history, dating back, even by the most skeptical estimates, to before 3200 BCE, nearly 2 millennia earlier than the Old Testament. Let us begin this discussion by noting that the Pyramid of Khufu, Cheops, one of the greatest architectural wonders of the world, comprises approximately 2.3 million stone blocks. Each block weighs an average of 2.5 tons, totaling 6 million tons of stone. The pyramid's foundation was leveled with mathematical precision, with deviations of only a few centimeters. Its sides are aligned with the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, with an error of just 10 centimeters, a discrepancy that could only be detected using modern, highly accurate compasses. The ancient Egyptians achieved this level of precision. So, how was the pyramid built? At first glance, this question may seem simple. However, the more we try to understand the construction methods, the more questions arise. Even specialists have been known to fall silent and shrug. Strange, isn't it? Science knows exactly how the pyramids were built, yet no one knows how to replicate it today. Nonetheless, a modern attempt was made. The American television channel Nova invited Professor Mark Lehner, an Egyptologist from the University of Chicago, and stonemason Roger Hopkins to construct a small pyramid on the Giza Plateau without using modern technology. A team of volunteers was assembled, and Lehner and Hopkins spent 3 weeks quarrying stone blocks to begin. Due to a limited budget and workforce, they allowed themselves to use iron tools instead of the copper tools employed by the Egyptians. After some time, the professor succeeded in building a pyramid, aligning it to the cardinal directions using the sun. At this point, it might seem the mystery of pyramid construction had been solved, and modern scientists had successfully recreated a similar structure using ancient methods. However, as they say, the devil is in the details. Firstly, the American pyramid was much smaller than even the satellite pyramids, which made it possible, albeit with great difficulty, to place the final stone on its summit. How the professor would have managed at a greater height is unclear. He claimed the issue was merely one of manpower pulling ropes. However, building the Great Pyramid using this approach would have required nearly the entire population of ancient Egypt. Those left behind would have had to sustain the workers with food and drink. Such conditions would likely have crippled the country's economy, especially considering that, according to scholars, pyramids were constructed over several years. Similarly, the precise alignment of the pyramid to the cardinal directions raises questions. What seems like child's play to a modern professor, backed by millennia of scientific development, would hardly have been obvious to a civilization that had only recently emerged from a primitive communal system, historically speaking, not temporally. Unfortunately, Professor Lehner did not clarify how the ancient Egyptians managed to align the pyramid with Sirius or address numerous other unresolved questions. But this is exactly where the mystery lies. All of this is less reminiscent of a scientific experiment and more like a child's game, as though a child builds a car out of blocks and then claims it's just like a real one. And if they had more time, this block car would even drive. However, perhaps we are expecting too much from television, whose primary purpose is entertainment, not advancing science. It's odd that some people still regard this TV show as a set of scientific proofs. So, everything we know about ancient Egypt allows us only to conclude that the pyramids and the extraordinary skills of their builders seem to emerge from nowhere. Returning to the car analogy, it's as if humanity leapt from a horse-drawn cart directly to a Formula One racing car. Would we believe in such a leap of human thought? So why do we believe the pyramids were created by a civilization with no prior construction experience? That said, not everyone believes this, and some researchers have uncovered intriguing facts. It's impossible to claim with certainty that alternative theories of pyramid construction are entirely accurate, but before dismissing them, they must first be studied, and they are often quite logical, sometimes remarkably so. A trace of Atlantis? The ancient Egyptian city of Sais is mentioned as early as 3000 BCE, and even then, it was far from a newly established settlement. Scholars are still uncertain about the date of its founding. The city itself wasn't particularly remarkable, only briefly becoming the capital of the 26th dynasty in the 7th century BCE. However, Sais contained a gem that attracted curiosity from across the ancient world. In one of Sais's temples, enormous stone columns bore hieroglyphs recounting the history of a lost land. According to Plato, the priests told the story. 9,000 years ago, there existed an island beyond the strait now called the Pillars of Hercules. This island exceeded in size both Libya and Asia combined. On this island, known as Atlantis, there arose a great and powerful kingdom whose dominion extended over the entire island, many other islands, and parts of the continent. Moreover, beyond the strait, they ruled Libya up to Egypt and Europe as far as Tyrrhenia. It is presumed that the capital of Tyrrhenia was located near what is now Grenoble in southeastern France. In terms of size, Atlantis would have been comparable to modern Spain. The most detailed descriptions of Atlantis come from Plato in his two dialogues, Timaeus, a brief account, and Critias, a more elaborate narrative. If we assume that Plato's account is fictional, we must attribute to him a superhuman genius capable of predicting the development of science for millennia. Should we not instead consider the simpler and more plausible explanation that Plato had access to materials passed down from antiquity? Plato's friend Critias narrates in Timaeus a story of a war between Athens and Atlantis, supposedly relayed by his grandfather, who had heard it from Solon, who in turn learned it from Egyptian priests. The story's essence is as follows. 9,000 years ago, Athens was a renowned, powerful, and virtuous state. Its primary rival was Atlantis, which mobilized all its forces to subjugate Athens. The Athenians defended their freedom, repelled the invaders, crushed the Atlanteans, and liberated the peoples they had enslaved. Shortly thereafter, a cataclysmic natural disaster destroyed the entire Athenian army, and Atlantis sank beneath the sea in a single day and night. The dialogue Critias directly continues from Timaeus and is dedicated to Critias's account of ancient Athens and Atlantis. The center of Atlantis, according to legend, was a hill located 50 stadia, 8 to 9 kilometers from the sea. To protect it, Poseidon surrounded the hill with 2 earthen rings and 3 rings of water. The Atlanteans built bridges over these rings and additional canals, enabling ships to reach the central island, which was about 5 stadia, slightly less than 1 kilometer in diameter. The island was adorned with temples lined with silver and gold, surrounded by golden statues, as well as a magnificent royal palace. There were also shipyards. The island on which the palace stood, as well as the earthen rings and the bridge 30 meters wide, were surrounded by circular stone walls. Towers and gates were erected at the bridge's passages to the sea. The stone, white, black, and red, was quarried from within the central island and the inner and outer rings. Some structures were simple, while others skillfully combined stones of different colors, creating a natural beauty. The outer wall was coated with copper, the inner wall with tin, and the Acropolis wall with orichalcum, which emitted a fiery gleam. Bulls were sacrificed to Poseidon in his temple, which was surrounded by a sacred grove where wild bulls roamed freely. Every 5 or 6 years, the king and his kin, the local rulers, gathered there to renew their covenant with Poseidon. Using only wooden clubs and rope snares, as iron tools were forbidden, they captured a bull. The animal was led to a metal column inside the temple, inscribed with the country's oldest legends and laws. There, the bull was sacrificed, and its blood ran over the inscriptions. The rulers swore to uphold the law and sealed their covenant by drinking from a chalice containing the bull's blood mixed with wine. As long as the Atlanteans retained their divine nature, they valued virtue above wealth. But when their divine nature became diluted with human traits, they succumbed to luxury, greed, and arrogance. Enraged, Zeus decided to destroy them and convened the Council of the Gods. What happened next remains unknown. The surviving text abruptly ends. Other ancient authors, such as Herodotus, Diodorus Siculus, and Pliny the Elder, also mentioned Atlantis. In the 5th century CE, the Neoplatonist Proclus wrote in his commentary on Timaeus about Crantor, a follower of Plato who allegedly visited Egypt around 260 BCE, specifically to learn about Atlantis. Proclus claimed that Crantor supposedly saw columns in the temple of the goddess Neith in Sais, with inscriptions recounting the history of this enigmatic land. Proclus also wrote, "The fact that an island of such character and size once existed is evident from the accounts of some writers who explored the regions of the external sea. According to them, during their time, there were 7 islands dedicated to Persephone and also 3 others of immense size. One of these was dedicated to Pluto, another to Ammon, and the third, the largest, to Poseidon, with dimensions of 1,000 stadia, approximately 180 kilometers. The inhabitants of these islands," he adds, "preserved traditions passed down from their ancestors about a much larger island, Atlantis, which truly existed there and ruled over all the islands for many generations. This island, also dedicated to Poseidon, was described in detail by Marcellus in his Ethiopica." If the story were true, why wasn't it widely known in ancient Egypt and preserved in other monuments? That said, it is worth noting that much of Egypt's historical artifacts have been lost, and many pieces of knowledge were kept secret, known only to the initiated priests. If a civilization existed in the 10th to 9th millennia BCE, it would have possessed metal tools, ships, knowledge of stoneworking, and agricultural practices. Aside from metal utensils, nothing extraordinary about the level of this mysterious island civilization seems impossible. A similarly advanced trading culture emerged in Çatalhöyük, Anatolia, slightly later. By approximately 7000 BCE, Jericho boasted stone city walls and towers, while metalworking likely began only 2 millennia later. Thus, the existence of a similar culture around 9000 BCE is not particularly fantastical. Interest in Atlantis was unexpectedly revived in the early 1990s. As in Plato's time, the discussion began with Egypt. Several respected Egyptologists, including John Anthony West, Robert Bauval, Adrian Gilbert, Graham Hancock, and Colin Wilson, acknowledged the existence of the lost island. These rebels against mainstream science argued that Atlantis was the center of a vast maritime empire where mysterious religious rites were performed, and science had advanced considerably. Some researchers suggested that the island was located in Lesser Antarctica. At the time, Antarctica had a climate similar to modern-day Canada, with little to no glaciation. When the position of the magnetic poles shifted, the Atlantean civilization was destroyed, and its cultural remnants became buried beneath layers of ice and snow. This event allegedly occurred around 16,000 BCE. During later stages of the catastrophe, around 14,000 BCE, surviving Atlanteans dispersed across the world. One group, including high-ranking initiates knowledgeable in Atlantean technology, religion, and science, called themselves the Followers of Horus and settled in Egypt. There, they established a cultic center on the Giza Plateau, home to the Sphinx and the pyramids. Fearing future catastrophes, the followers of Horus devised a plan for long-term knowledge preservation. They developed a method of encoding their teachings into the geometry of monumental structures, which were designed to withstand any natural disasters. This way, if the initiates perished, Later generations could decode these constants embedded in the structure's designs and recover their knowledge. The initiates built the Sphinx and created the foundational layout for Giza. They either constructed the first structures on the plateau themselves or passed on the project's records to subsequent generations. 8,000 years later, around 2500 BCE, the pyramids were constructed according to this ancient plan. The secrets of the Atlanteans were preserved by the followers of Horus, a group of priest astronomers whose influence remained so powerful that even millennia later, pharaohs dared not deviate from their plans for the Giza cult complex. Hancock and Bovall wrote, "We believe that the evidence points to the continuous transmission of the highest scientific and engineering knowledge across this vast span of time, implying the uninterrupted presence in Egypt, from the Paleolithic to the dynastic period, of a group of highly advanced and enlightened individuals who possessed knowledge of divine origin." New elements of the Giza complex are still being discovered. Recently, during excavation work for a sewage system in the suburbs of Cairo, the Valley Temple of Khufu was unearthed. The attribution of this complex as a mortuary site has long been established. However, doubts arose when scholars reassessed the age of the Sphinx. If any part of the Giza complex were dated to the pre-dynastic period, prior to the emergence of Egyptian monarchy around 3100 BCE, it would force Egyptologists to acknowledge the existence of a much older but technically advanced Egyptian culture. Strangely, even the Egyptians themselves seem to avoid any written mention of the pyramids. So by the time of Tutankhamun's reign, when, according to conventional dating, the pyramids were only about 1,000 years old, the memory of their true purpose, as well as of their creators, was likely lost. It is worth noting that, unlike the pyramids, the Sphinx was not constructed, but carved out of a single sandstone outcrop. Much of the stone foundation on which the Sphinx rests, and perhaps all of it, was covered in ancient times with casing stones. It was traditionally believed that this casing was added to the roughly carved body of the Sphinx to give it its final shape. However, during a thorough examination of the Sphinx in 1979, Mark Lenner wrote, "We found no evidence anywhere on the inner body, beneath the casing, of tool marks or rough surfaces that one might expect to result from a coarse quarrying process." He also concluded that the heavy erosion visible on the body of the Sphinx was already present when it was encased. Lehner dated the casing to around 1500 BCE, allowing erosion to work on the body for about 1,000 years. In 1992, Zahi Hawass, director of the Giza complex, reported that an analysis of the Sphinx's right hind leg demonstrated that the earliest level of masonry surrounding the body dated back to the Old Kingdom, specifically from 2700 to 2160 BCE, placing the Sphinx's erosion in a period of just 340 years, an improbably short time frame. In 1400 BCE, Pharaoh Thutmose IV ordered the sand around the Sphinx to be cleared. To commemorate the event, a stone inscription was placed between the Sphinx's paws. This stone, known as the Dream Stele, still exists, though much of the text has been worn away. It was discovered in 1818. Based on the poorly preserved 13th line of this text, scholars initially believed it mentioned Khufu's name, which led to the assumption that Khufu was associated with the Sphinx. Today, many Egyptologists question whether the text was correctly interpreted. Some argue that Khufu was mentioned not as the builder, but merely as someone who restored the Sphinx. These doubts arose over a century ago. In 1904, Sir Wallace Budge, director of the British Museum and a prominent Egyptologist, wrote, "The Sphinx existed during Khufu's time, and it is quite likely it was already ancient during that early period." In 1905, Chicago Egyptologist Professor James Breasted noted that the syllable identified as part of Khufu's name lacked any traces of a cartouche, the elongated oval used to enclose royal names. All royal names in dynastic Egypt were enclosed in cartouches. According to one interpretation, the syllable without the cartouche does not abbreviate a pharaoh's name, but merely means rises. Supporters of the traditional view countered these claims. Statues of Khufu were discovered in the Valley Temple near the Sphinx, one of which depicted him in the form of a sphinx. It was also claimed that the Sphinx's face resembled Khufu's. However, even after significant erosion, the Sphinx's face exhibits negroid features absent in Khufu's statues. This issue was resolved in 1992 when forensic experts used computers to compare the Sphinx's face with statues of Khufu. They concluded that the two faces could not represent the same individual. Professor Selim Hassan, a leading expert on the Giza Plateau and the Sphinx, noted, "According to ancient accounts, the Sphinx is older than the pyramids. Apart from the damaged line on Thutmose, the fourth's stele, which proves nothing, no ancient inscription links the Sphinx to Khufu. The idea that the Sphinx predates the pyramids is supported by the nature of the erosion on its surface. In 1978, John Anthony West observed that the erosion patterns on the Sphinx suggested the effects of heavy rainfall rather than sandstorms. Since such abundant rainfall has not occurred in Egypt since the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago, the Sphinx's date of origin appears far earlier than previously thought." In 1991, a team of American specialists conducted a detailed study of the Sphinx's erosion. Leading the team was Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University specializing in the weathering of soft rock formations. Schoch found the Sphinx and the walls of its enclosure were carved from the same stone at the same time. Nearby tombs, made of the same material, exhibited much less erosion than the Sphinx. The Sphinx's weathering provided a classic textbook example of what happens to limestone formations when subjected to millennia of rainfall. Schoch concluded, "The evidence suggests that the Great Sphinx of Giza is much older than its traditional dating to around 2500 BCE. Based on the available data, I estimate its origin to be at least 7000 to 5000 BCE, possibly even earlier." After publishing his findings, Schoch faced significant backlash. Egyptian authorities banned him from visiting Giza, and no further geological studies of the Sphinx have since been conducted. Schoch presented his findings at the 1992 annual meeting of the Geological Society of America in San Diego. While geologists found his conclusions plausible, Egyptologists were outraged. Schoch responded, "I am repeatedly told that the people of Egypt lacked the technology and social organization necessary to carve the Sphinx's body during the pre-dynastic era. As I understand it, that is not my problem as a geologist. It is the task of Egyptologists to determine who carved it. If my data conflict with their theories about the development of civilization, perhaps it is time for them to reconsider those theories." Little is known about Egypt's pre-dynastic era. However, the few fragments of information that have survived hint at a fascinating and advanced society. Located opposite Giza, across the Nile, the ancient city of Maadi revealed three distinct features during excavations: extensive trade activity, a diverse population including many foreigners, and the earliest known evidence of metalworking in Egypt. The social organization of Maadi is evidenced by the discovery of communal storage facilities, and remnants suggest the presence of stone construction in the city. Thus, the inhabitants of Maadi were technically capable of carving a sculpture like the Sphinx. Official Egyptology disputes this, arguing that no cultural remnants from Maadi have been found at Giza. However, this claim is not entirely accurate. In 1907, 4 clay vessels were discovered at the base of the Great Pyramid. At the time, these vessels were attributed to the Fourth Dynasty. The Ma'adi culture was unknown until the 1930s, and in the 1980s, archaeologist Walid Mortensen re-examined the vessels, attributing them to the Ma'adi culture. Given that intact pottery was unlikely to have been discarded, it is reasonable to assume these items were purposefully brought to Giza, likely for burial purposes. This suggests that Ma'di's inhabitants used the Giza Plateau hundreds of years before Khufu's reign. It has long been established that the pyramid walls are precisely aligned with the cardinal directions, with an error margin of less than 0.06%. This precision was achieved without the use of a compass. Instead, ancient builders relied on the stars. The layout of the Giza complex also reflects a celestial map, albeit with notable distortions. The three pyramids have entrances on their northern sides, with tunnels and galleries oriented southward. However, the pyramids themselves are not aligned strictly along the north-south or east-west axes. Instead, they form an angled line running from south to west. While the central points of the first two pyramids align precisely, the third and smallest pyramid deviates eastward. Robert Bauval, an experienced construction engineer, sought to understand why such precise builders deviated from symmetry. Initially, he analyzed the plateau from an engineering perspective, but found no geographical constraints that would have prevented proper alignment. He then turned to the pyramid texts, which, though found in tombs from the late 5th and early 6th dynasties, undoubtedly reflect much earlier traditions. The texts reveal the belief that after death, a pharaoh ascended to the stars and became the god Osiris. The celestial form of Osiris was associated with the constellation Sahu, now known as Orion. Bauval also noted that the so-called air shafts leading from the king's and queen's chambers in the Great Pyramid were aligned with specific stars. The shaft from the king's chamber pointed to the lowest star in Orion's belt. Further research revealed that the stars forming Orion's belt create a line relative to the Milky Way, mirroring the alignment of the three pyramids in relation to the Nile. Analyzing the air shaft's orientation, Bauval determined that around 2450 BCE, the approximate construction date of the Great Pyramid, the southern shaft of the king's chamber pointed to the lowest star in Orion's belt, while the queen's chamber shaft pointed to Sirius. In Egyptian mythology, Sirius was associated with Isis and Orion with Osiris. Isis and Osiris were divine spouses who bore Horus, the first semi-divine king of Egypt. Meanwhile, the Sphinx gazed toward the eastern horizon, where the sun rose during the spring equinox. Through astronomical calculations, Bauval proposed a date when, during the spring equinox, Sirius and Orion were positioned precisely in line with the shafts, approximately 10,500 BCE. This aligns with ancient Egyptian texts that suggest Osiris gave Egypt its first king at this time. While Bauval's conclusions are striking, they remain contentious. Pyramids continue to guard their secrets. Another layer of mystery is added by the observation that England's Stonehenge, another enigmatic ancient structure with its own dating challenges, is also aligned with Orion. How this relates to the pyramids remains unclear. The Giza pyramids are also remarkably aligned along the 30th parallel. What does this signify? And there is more. The Arab historian Al-Masudi claimed in the 10th century that the Great Pyramid was not merely a repository of ancient Egyptian knowledge in astronomy, art, and religion, but also contained historical and prophetic predictions. In 1865, archaeologist Robert Menzies suggested that by using the ancient Egyptian measure of the royal cubit, 52.07 centimeters, and measuring the internal passages of Khufu's pyramid, one could chronologically map significant events of the past and future. How can we ignore such intriguing possibilities? especially when recalling the story of Napoleon's mysterious experience inside the Great Pyramid. Menzies managed to correlate the internal measurements of the Great Pyramid with the beginning of various wars, and later followers linked the numbers encoded by the ancient Egyptians to significant events of the 20th century, such as the start of World War II, the bombing of Hiroshima, and several other landmark occurrences. Mysteries of the Sphinx. As discussed previously, debates surrounding the erosion of the Sphinx and its non-Egyptian, negroid facial features are scientific facts and difficult to dispute. According to this data, the Sphinx was carved around 10,500 BCE, at the end of the last ice age, rather than in the 25th century BCE, as conventional science asserts. Such a redating of the Sphinx would overturn much of modern Egyptology, necessitating a rewrite of many history textbooks. Until now, it has been assumed that ancient Egyptian civilization emerged almost suddenly around 3200 BCE, bringing cities, temples, hieroglyphic writing, and monumental architecture. If the Sphinx truly dates back to 7000 BCE, or even earlier, this implies the existence of another unknown civilization predating ancient Egypt by thousands of years. This civilization was well-organized and affluent enough to build monumental structures rivaling those of the pharaohs. The first to question the Sphinx's traditional dating was Anthony West, an amateur Egyptologist and travel guide writer who studied the mysteries of ancient Egypt for years. West delved into astrology, speculated about a sunken Atlantis, and believed that Earth's ancient cultures were influenced by a civilization on Mars. Understandably, his ideas initially provoked nothing but irritation and ridicule from professional Egyptologists. However, as we now see, it didn't take long for West's crazy ideas to receive partial validation from respected scientists. So, let us examine what else this adventurer proposed. In the late 1970s, while studying the works of French mathematician and occultist Schwaller de Lubitsch, West discovered that Lubitsch believed the symbols of Egyptian art and architecture contained both mathematical and mystical meanings, carrying far more information than they appeared to. According to Lubitsch, this information was passed to the Egyptians by another, even more ancient civilization that had disappeared due to a catastrophic flood in prehistoric times. The movement of vast bodies of water over Egypt must have been preceded by a great civilization, leading us to conclude that the Sphinx, carved into the rock on the western edge of Giza, already existed at that time. Its leonine body, except for the head, shows undeniable signs of water erosion. West seized upon this statement. If the fact of water erosion on the Sphinx is confirmed, he pondered, this alone will overturn all established chronologies of the history of civilizations. It would lead to a radical reassessment of the concept of progress, the foundation of all modern education. It is hard to find a single, simple question with more profound implications. Incidentally, it was West who brought Boston University geologist Professor Robert Schoch to Egypt. Schoch concluded that the primary cause of the Sphinx's erosion was prolonged exposure to heavy rainfall over an extended period. Notably, archaeologists officially acknowledge that Egypt's dynastic period was preceded by a lengthy phase of significantly wetter climate, lasting roughly from 10,000 to 3,000 BCE. This aligns with the period Schoch attributes to the Sphinx. However, there was a catch. The head of the Sphinx, including its headdress, was sculpted in the classical style of the pharaoh's era. Schoch suggested it might indeed have been recarved during the reign of Khafra. From his perspective, this would also explain why the Sphinx's head appears disproportionately small compared to its body, and why it shows much less erosion. Based on geological data that has yet to be refuted, Schoch proposed a scenario that significantly deviates from conventional historical views. It is generally accepted that agriculture originated in the Near East around the 7th millennium BCE, with the first cities emerging there as well. For example, the ancient settlement of Çatalhöyük in Turkey, dating to around 6700 BCE, had straight streets and houses adorned with frescoes. The Palestinian city of Jericho is even older. By the start of the 7th millennium BCE, it already had massive defensive walls and a colossal stone tower with a spiral staircase. Schoch argued that such well-organized Neolithic societies could have constructed monumental structures. He suggested that Egypt, too, might have had an analogous proto-urban society, with the Sphinx being the greatest surviving monument of this culture. Since agriculture and permanent settlements appeared in Egypt after 7000 BCE, Schoch limited his dating of the Sphinx to this time frame, though he allowed for the possibility of even earlier origins. West was thrilled by Schoch's geological findings and readily replaced his earlier model of large-scale flooding with one of heavy rainfall, while he continued to associate the creation of the Sphinx with the legendary Atlantean civilization and preferred to speak of a vanished culture dating back to the 15th millennium BCE, he acknowledged that Schoch's work both confirmed his conclusions and challenged the tenets of official Egyptology. The attribution of the Sphinx to Khafre emerged in the late 19th century. E. A. Wallace Budge, then curator of Egyptian and Assyrian antiquities at the British Museum, summarized the arguments linking Khafre to the Sphinx. A key piece of evidence was the inscription on the stela of Pharaoh Thutmose, which mentions the name Khafre. The discovery of a statue of Khafre in a nearby temple also lent credence to the idea in the minds of Egyptologists of the time. However, an inscription found in a temple near Khufu's pyramid stated that Khafre ordered repairs to the tail and headdress of the Sphinx. Since Khufu was Khafre's elder brother and predecessor, it seems unlikely that the statue could have required such thorough restoration in such a short period. Logically, this suggests that the Sphinx existed long before Khafre. Budge wrote, "The age of the Sphinx is unknown. It existed during the time of Khufu and Khafre, and may have been restored during their reigns." Many of Budge's contemporaries agreed, considering the Sphinx to belong to the Archaic period, shortly before Egypt was unified under the First Dynasty, around 3100 BCE. However, Budge's conclusions were somehow forgotten, and Egyptology reverted to mid-19th century perspectives. Many Egyptologists argue that West, Schoch, and their followers have removed the Sphinx from its historical context and crudely forced it into another. If the dating of even one Giza monument changes, the timing of all others would also need revision. While West's arguments might be dismissed, Schoch's views, coming from a respected geologist, cannot be ignored. Robert Bauval, co-author of The Orion Mystery, used computer calculations to establish that, around 10,500 BCE, on the morning of the spring equinox, the constellation of Leo rose on the eastern horizon, directly in front of the Sphinx. In his view, the Sphinx was created as a marker of this distant astronomical event. Bauval later collaborated with Graham Hancock, author of the bestseller Fingerprints of the Gods, and together they developed their arguments for a new astronomical dating of the Sphinx in the book Keeper of Genesis. Bauval and Hancock pointed out that the eastward orientation of the Sphinx holds astronomical significance. The ancient Egyptians associated the Sphinx with various deities, including Horemakhet, Horus on the horizon, and Shesep-Ankh-Atum, living image of Atum. Since both Horus and Atum were solar deities, the connection between the Sphinx's alignment and the sunrise is indisputable. Bauval and Hancock noted that true geographic east is the direction of the sunrise on the spring equinox, March 21st. If the Sphinx was designed as a marker of this sunrise point, then the pyramid complex at Giza corresponds to the position of stars in the constellation of Orion as they appeared around 10,500 BCE. They created a map of the night sky for this date and found that on the spring equinox, shortly after sunrise, the Sphinx would have looked across the Giza Plateau directly at the constellation of Leo. Due to the slow axial precession of the Earth, a phenomenon known as precession, constellations rise in different places over time, and their angle above the horizon changes significantly. According to Bovall and Hancock's calculations, around 2500 BCE, the approximate official date of the Sphinx's creation, the constellation of Leo rose not directly in the east, but 28 degrees to the north, with its front part higher than its rear. Only in 10,500 BCE, just before dawn on the spring equinox, did the constellation of Leo rise directly in front of the eastward-facing Sphinx, lying in a horizontal position relative to the horizon. The alignment is indeed perfect. What can we say about the Sphinx in conclusion? We still do not know its purpose or even an approximate time of creation, and the enigmatic creature with the body of a lion and the face of a man continues to guard its secrets. As for researchers, despite the criticism directed at West and others by traditional scientists, their work has reignited debates in Egyptology. This mirrors the early 20th century when the field was rapidly evolving. Thus, the efforts of West and his followers cannot be deemed fruitless. The secret purpose of the pyramids. In addition to the dating of the Sphinx and the pyramids, many mysteries remain even in areas where everything seems to have been thoroughly studied. Nowadays, it hardly occurs to anyone to ask, what were the pyramids used for? The answer is practically a cliché. Of course, the pyramids were tombs for pharaohs and other rulers, and there is plenty of evidence for this. Architecturally, the pyramids are direct descendants of mastabas, which were undoubtedly tombs. There are numerous mentions of pharaohs buried in pyramids, and many pyramids have clear signs of burials. But it is not that simple. It's evident that the culture of death, or more specifically, the culture of burial, occupies a significant place in humanity's heritage. Every people and every era had its own funeral rituals, and we have only a vague understanding of many of them. Many Orthodox churches contain tombs, burial places for czars, princes, saints, patriarchs, notable individuals, and even respected priests. We understand why these individuals are buried there. But how would scholars 3,000 years from now explain that our churches were built not as burial places, but for entirely different purposes? In ancient Egypt, many items needed by the deceased were placed in the tomb. It makes sense that a pharaoh would need a home in the afterlife. Yet, no one has been able to explain why such a home for a pharaoh took the shape of a pyramid. It would have been more logical to build a mastaba, or something resembling a palace, like the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut. Even Egyptian homes were more similar to mastabas than pyramids. In modern Cairo, there is a so-called City of the Dead, a cemetery filled with what look like ordinary two-story houses, and not a single pyramid among them. If we assume that a pyramidal tomb was a privilege reserved only for those of divine origin, it's unclear why relatives of pharaohs, such as their brothers, were buried in ordinary mastabas. After all, divine lineage extended to them as well. The tradition of building pyramids mysteriously disappeared a long time ago, and lasted comparatively for a very short period within the span of Egyptian civilization. When we examine the topic in more detail, several strange facts become immediately apparent. First, The remains of pharaohs have never been found in the pyramids. Yes, there are so-called burial chambers and sarcophagi are present, but all of them are empty. The only exceptions are the Pyramid of Menkaure on the Giza Plateau and the Red Pyramid in Dashur, but even these are not straightforward cases. In 1888, a ship transporting Menkaure's mummy from Giza to London sank, but fortunately, samples taken from the mummy survived. These revealed the mummy to be an impostor. Its age, according to various analyses, dates either from the Common Era or even the 6th century CE, over 2 millennia after Menkaure lived. The mummy, or rather skeletal remains, found in the far chamber of the Red Pyramid belonged, as it turned out, included a strange mixture of components. The human remains included the lower part of a frontal bone, a small fragment of the skull base, a piece of the cranial vault, part of a lower jawbone, the right portion of one rib, and the left portion of another, the left foot with parts of the heel bone, a finger joint with desiccated skin remnants, part of a humerus, a mummified right leg with bandaged 4th and 5th toes, and a few smaller bones. The other bones belonged to a cow, 2 sheep, a camel, a donkey, and a dog. The discovery caused a scandal. For conservative science, such a mix of bones effectively refuted many theories. However, Dr. A. Batravi, who examined the remains, declared that the human bones belonged to a single individual, a man who died slightly past middle age, but was not particularly old. This man was short, but very sturdily built. Moreover, according to Batravi, the embalming technique and materials used matched practices of the Old Kingdom, suggesting that the remains belonged to Pharaoh Sneferu. Most Egyptologists quickly agreed with Batravi, but some dissented. Critics argued that such conclusions required more detailed study of the bones, particularly direct dating methods like radiocarbon analysis. However, this popular method in modern archaeology was never applied. Or, as some suspect, it was, but the results were unsatisfactory and therefore suppressed. Another issue concerns the discovery in the Red Pyramid. This pyramid was extensively studied in the 19th century. So how Abdul Salam Hussein managed to make any finds there in the mid-20th century remains a mystery. No new excavations were conducted inside the Red Pyramid during that century, nor was its masonry dismantled. The assortment of bones found is also perplexing. Although meat was often placed in ancient burials, no similar cocktail has been found anywhere else. Egyptologists claim that the human remains belong to Sneferu, whose mummy was burned by tomb robbers. However, the reasoning behind this act is unclear. Even if we assume the robbers had some unknown motivation, it's unlikely they would have chosen to burn the mummy inside the suffocating confines of a pyramid. In general, the destruction of mummies is attributed to tomb robbers. According to scholars, these robbers supposedly looted the pyramids and then immediately destroyed the mummies. Yet no one has explained why they would do this. At one point, mummy fragments were considered a potent remedy for various ailments, but that was in the 19th century. No earlier healing recipes have been found. The hypothesis about the looting of the pyramids aligns with another postulate of traditional Egyptology, the careful concealment of entrances to tombs. However, it seems the Egyptian conspirators were not very skilled at their craft. The entrances, though disguised, were always located on the north side, immediately reducing the problem of finding them for tomb robbers by a factor of 4. The entrance to the Red Pyramid, for instance, was not hidden at all. And if the pyramid was covered with casing stones, even a simple tapping could reveal where hollow spaces might lie. The Pyramid of Menkaure, with its more refined cladding near the entrance, almost seems to indicate to robbers exactly where to dig. All this seems odd and doesn't align well with the conventional narrative. Could those who argue that pyramids were never tombs actually be correct? If not tombs, then what were they? There are numerous theories. American researcher Christopher Dunn proposed that the Great Pyramid served as a power plant to supply energy to ancient Egyptian machines and mechanisms. This theory is undoubtedly intriguing, but before diving into such discussions, let us return to historical analysis. To whom did the pyramids belong? The attribution of a pyramid to a specific pharaoh is usually based on inscriptions on its walls. This method works well when no other evidence is available, and in many cases, other evidence is indeed absent. It is well known that pharaohs had a tradition of claiming other pyramids as their own, often renaming them. Perhaps the most compelling evidence of a pyramid being built by a particular pharaoh comes from inscriptions found on the casing blocks of the Red Pyramid, on the inner and side surfaces of the stones. These inscriptions, discovered by renowned archaeologist Stadelman, include references to construction crews such as the Green Brigade and the Western Brigade. They also feature the name of Sneferu in a cartouche. However, these blocks were found by Stadelman in debris piles surrounding the pyramid, not directly taken from it. What is traditionally translated as crew names might simply be markings for reassembly. This is an interesting hypothesis, since many pyramids, as well as the Great Sphinx, bear traces of repairs. Another version, proposed by those at odds with official Egyptology, is that Sneferu did not repair the pyramid, but instead conducted archaeological excavations there. Stadelman himself acknowledged that the casing was removed not by Arabs, but during the Middle Kingdom. For what purpose? Restoration? Or another round of archaeological excavations? It is worth noting that, according to established practice, any blocks or stelae with inscriptions are immediately transported to museums or buried deeper to protect them from damage. This raises suspicions that some might be trying to restrict access to relics that could challenge the officially accepted chronology of the pyramids. There are many examples of artifacts being concealed in this manner, enough to suggest it is not mere coincidence. One of the most intriguing finds that could shed light on the true dating of the pyramids was made by Auguste Mariette in 1857. In the ruins of the Temple of Isis near the Great Pyramid, he discovered a limestone stela dated to 1500 BCE, but believed by many experts to be a copy of a much older stela from the 4th dynasty. This artifact is often referred to as the inventory stela in alternative pyramid histories. The inscriptions on the stela state that it was made and erected by Pharaoh Khufu to commemorate his restoration of the Temple of Isis. After the customary praises, there is a particularly interesting phrase. He found the house of Isis, mistress of the pyramid, near the house of the Sphinx. The stela further recounts how Pharaoh Khufu again made offerings to her, Isis, and rebuilt, or restored, her stone temple. The inscription also mentions how Khufu saw lightning strike a nearby sycamore tree and the face of the Sphinx, which he subsequently repaired. This is effectively an acknowledgement by the pharaoh himself that he did not build the Sphinx, but merely repaired it, just as he restored the pyramid. The creation of the Sphinx is often attributed to Pharaoh Khafra, who reigned after Khufu. However, as we now see, as early as the 19th century, it was established that both the pyramid and the Sphinx existed before Khufu and were considered dedicated to the goddess Isis, the sister of Osiris. Moreover, the pyramid was in such a state that Khufu had to restore it. Khufu indeed built a pyramid, as noted on the stela, but it was not the Great Pyramid. It was a smaller one for a queen. In the 1930s, Egyptologist Selim Hassan discovered damage to the Sphinx consistent with a lightning strike and found traces of ancient repairs. Yet the inventory stela was dismissed by official science as a forgery and quietly removed from official records. Fortunately, the artifact itself still exists and is housed in the Cairo Museum. Interestingly, inscriptions officially accepted by Egyptology often have histories so dubious that they might just as easily be dismissed as forgeries. However, as we know, anything that aligns with the prevailing theory cannot be labeled a forgery. One of the main pieces of evidence attributing the construction of the Great Pyramid to Pharaoh Khufu is the inscriptions found in the so-called relief chambers above the upper room of the Great Pyramid. These markings are considered to be signatures left by workers who quarried the blocks for construction. It is believed that no one had entered these chambers from the time of the pyramid's completion until their discovery. However, from the moment these inscriptions were uncovered, they raised more questions than answers. Colonel Howard Weiss and his assistant John Perring, renowned explorers of the Giza complex, gained fame not only for their discoveries, but also for their methods. Nothing stopped this pair. Walls were drilled, masonry dismantled, and if access could not be gained otherwise, they resorted to dynamite. At the time, such methods were not as unusual as they might seem today. The relief chambers discovered by Weiss were found through explosive methods. He literally blasted through an obstructing wall to access them. The lowest relief chamber had been opened as early as 1765 by Nathaniel Davison, but nothing noteworthy was found there. However, its existence encouraged Weiss to hope that additional hidden rooms or storages lay nearby. Instead, his explosive efforts revealed only narrow technical spaces. Weiss's luck seemed to have run out. His funds were exhausted, and the Egyptian government did not renew his excavation permit. Then, as if by fortune, unique inscriptions were found in the chambers he had opened. Weiss immediately received fresh funding, permission to continue, and widespread recognition as a great archaeologist. From the outset, these inscriptions were met with skepticism. For one, no other inscriptions or markings had ever been found anywhere else in the Great Pyramid. Yet the upper relief chambers opened by Weiss were covered in them. Weiss argued that elsewhere, workers erased or smoothed out their markings, whereas in the technical relief chambers, there was no reason to do so. This explanation, however, does not hold up under scrutiny. There are no inscriptions even in other technical areas, such as the lower relief chamber opened earlier by Davison. Furthermore, the so-called ventilation shafts, which have cross-sections of just 20 by 20 centimeters, show no traces of any markings either, despite the near impossibility of erasing anything from such narrow spaces. To date, no records or mentions have been found, indicating that builders removed markings from any pyramid. If workers truly marked stones during their production, some inscriptions should have survived. Yet they exist only in one location: the chambers discovered by Weiss. There's more. The content of the inscriptions raised suspicions of forgery. Samuel Birch, an expert in hieroglyphs from the British Museum, was one of the first to examine Weiss's discovery. Birch pointed out that hieroglyphic writing placed great importance on the quality and accuracy of symbols, from which the tradition of calligraphy developed. Cursive writing with hastily drawn characters emerged much later, certainly not during Khufu's reign. At the time, Egyptologists believed that hieratic script, a cursive form of hieroglyphs, emerged about 1,000 years after the Fourth Dynasty. Moreover, the inscriptions in the chamber were a mix of different writing styles, which seemed implausible. While experts today debate whether hieratic writing was in use during Khufu's reign, the question remains whether this debate reflects scientific inquiry or a defense of Weiss's findings. It is worth noting that these inscriptions could have been added by someone crouching uncomfortably in the tight relief chambers. Returning to Birch's observations, One striking anomaly was the use of the symbol for good, generous, to denote the number 18, a grammatical error. Today, this is interpreted as evidence that the pyramid was constructed in the 18th year of Khufu's reign. What was once considered an error is now called an exception to the rule, though such substitution has not been found elsewhere. Another peculiarity is the varied use of Khufu's names in the inscriptions. While it is common for pharaohs to have multiple names, it seems odd that technical markings on stones wouldn't consistently use a single name for simplicity. Full royal titles were generally used for formal contexts, not technical notes. Yet, in the relief chambers, different names appear in separate inscriptions on different stones. Equally mysterious are the symbols following the cartouche. Birch speculated that they might represent one of Khufu's titles, such as Lord of Upper and Lower Egypt. However, the only known instance of these symbols being used was on the lid of Queen Amasis's sarcophagus from the Sate dynasty, around the 6th century BCE, 2 millennia after Khufu's reign. Carl Richard Lepsius and Flinders Petrie also studied the inscriptions and were puzzled by the numerous exceptions that seem to have no parallels in 4,000 years of hieroglyphic tradition. One of the names found in the relief chamber reads as Konum Khufu. During Weiss's time and shortly afterward, this was considered one of Khufu's titles. However, as Egyptology advanced, a new theory emerged suggesting that the phrase translates to brother of Khufu. Khufu's brother was Khafre, Chephren. What then is Khafre's name doing among the markings in Khufu's pyramid? While this remains a mystery, it casts additional doubt on Weiss's claims and raises even more questions about the authenticity of these inscriptions. 2 months before Weiss's discovery, the Italian researcher Captain Caviglia found inscriptions in some of the mastabas near the Great Pyramid. The hieroglyphs, drawn in red paint on construction blocks, were used by builders of the Old Kingdom to indicate where these blocks should be placed. Interestingly, the mastabas where these marks were found were associated not only with officials of Khufu, but also with those of other pharaohs from the 4th and 5th dynasties, including Khafre's officials. What's more intriguing is what happened next. Birch, after analyzing copies of the inscriptions found by Weiss and Perring, noticed that Khufu's name was written incorrectly. Instead of a shaded circle, the first symbol of the name, representing the sound ka, was depicted as a circle with a dot in the center. This is the symbol of the god Ra, which means the inscription should read as Raufu, not Khufu. Weiss claimed that the error occurred in the copy, and in all official publications following the first, the circle was shaded. He attributed the mistake to Wilkinson, the author of the first copy. However, Weiss himself only noticed the error after Birch pointed it out. Adding to the suspicions, Weiss initially refused to send copies of the inscriptions to another expert in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, Rossellini, until Birch had provided his evaluation. Weiss's own diary entries raise further questions. On March 28, 1837, he wrote, "I fastened a candle to the end of a stick and inserted it into a small hole above Davison's chamber, and I almost died of joy when I saw that there was another chamber, just like the one below." On March 30th, Weiss entered this space. He described the polished ceiling, the black powder covering the floor, and his presence in the chamber he had opened. Yet it was only the next day, after Mr. Perring and Mr. Mash arrived, that they discovered the mason's markings. Why didn't Weiss notice the inscriptions on his first day? Interestingly, as early as January 27th, he had written in his diary, "I do not want to return to England without making a discovery." Unlike some proponents of alternative pyramid theories, we have no intention of accusing Weiss of outright forgery. However, the inscriptions he found do not provide definitive proof of the age of the pyramids or their builders. Scientifically, in the strict sense, the exact attribution of the pyramids remains unresolved. In the step pyramid of Djoser, wooden beams are embedded directly into the masonry on its eastern side. It is clear they must have been placed there during the pyramid's construction, as there are no signs of later repairs or reconstruction in the nearby rows of masonry. Logically, these beams should be subjected to radiocarbon dating to establish the exact construction date of the pyramid based on direct evidence rather than indirect indicators. Yet, such analysis has not been conducted. The reason may lie in the investigation of the boat found near the Great Pyramid, which has since been restored and placed in a dedicated pavilion. This boat is believed to have belonged to Khufu and was buried there after his death. Alford, a proponent of alternative history, reports the following. In 1983 to 1984, a radiocarbon dating project on the pyramids, funded by the Edgar Cayce Foundation and conducted by Egyptologists Mark Lehner and Robert Wenke, yielded some highly anomalous results. For example, 13 limestone samples from the Great Pyramid returned dates ranging between 310 and 2853 BCE, with an average of 2977 BCE. Similarly, 7 limestone samples from the Second Pyramid gave an average date of 2988 BCE. Additionally, a wood sample from the Khufu boat, buried near the Great Pyramid, dated to 3400 BCE. The confusion caused by the 1983 to 1984 results was so significant that a more comprehensive study began in 1995, with results expected in early 1998. The results of this study remained unpublished. The notion that someone buried a boat in the desert 1,000 years before Khufu's reign, only for pyramids to later be coincidentally built over the same spot, would indeed undermine the credibility of mainstream Egyptology. While radiocarbon dating is not always highly precise, it is widely used in archaeology, and its findings are often relied upon, or, as we see here, sometimes withheld. From a human perspective, this is understandable. Archaeologists seek evidence to support their theories, and physicists aim for new commissions for analyses. However, how much of this aligns with the principles of science? In Saqqara, in the underground chambers of the step pyramid of Djoser, traditionally considered the earliest pyramid, numerous vessels and bowls were discovered, dated to the period of the First and Second dynasties. Some bowls, judging by the inscriptions on them, were crafted to commemorate events related to the unification of Egypt's nomes. Some specialists even believe the bowls might date back to the pre-dynastic period. However, we will set aside that hypothesis, as there are already enough interesting facts to consider. The unification of the nomes was completed around the end of the Second Dynasty, so the content of the inscriptions corresponds to the dating of the bowls. What is particularly intriguing is that these bowls, dedicated to the unification of the nomes, depict identical symbols of pyramids. But even the first pyramid, the step pyramid, had not yet been built at that time. This suggests that while the pyramids themselves did not yet exist, their symbol already did. It's reminiscent of the paradoxical idea of having a concept for an object before the object itself existed. Here, however, the situation is reversed. Pyramids had yet to be built, yet they were already depicted on bowls. A similar symbol is found on the famous Narmer palette, which recounts the unification of Egypt under the First Dynasty pharaoh Narmer. Some Egyptologists claim that this symbol represents a bundle of papyrus reeds. Though this interpretation seems questionable, we will focus instead on the finds from the step pyramid. We have already quoted extensively from Herodotus, the father of history, who took an interest in the pyramids. Let's read his account again. paying closer attention. Here is how he describes the construction of the Great Pyramid. Until the reign of Rhampsinitus, under good laws, Egypt flourished greatly. However, his successor, Cheops, brought great suffering upon the land. First, he ordered all temples closed and banned sacrifices. He then forced all Egyptians to labor for him. Some were tasked with dragging enormous stone blocks from quarries in the Arabian mountains to the Nile. The stones were transported across the river on ships, while others had to haul them to the so-called Libyan mountains. 100,000 people worked continuously on this task, changing shifts every 3 months. It took 10 years for the exhausted populace to build the road over which the stones were dragged, a task almost as immense as building the pyramid itself. The road was 5 stadia long, 10 fathoms wide, and 8 fathoms high at its tallest point, constructed of polished stone blocks with carved figures on them. 10 years were spent on this road and the underground chambers on the hill where the pyramids stand. In these chambers, Cheops prepared his tomb on an island, connecting it to the Nile with a canal. The construction of the pyramid itself took 20 years. As mentioned earlier, Herodotus occasionally made errors. In the above passage, he identifies Cheops, Khufu, as the successor of Rhampsinitus, i.e., Ramses II, who lived nearly 1,500 years later. The legendary tale of Cheops' daughter prostituting herself to fund pyramid stones will be left aside here. Instead, let's examine how Herodotus describes the construction process. The pyramid was built as follows. Initially, it was constructed in steps or tiers, which some call terraces and others refer to as steps. Once the base layer was completed, the remaining stones were raised using ramps made of short wooden beams. The stones were lifted from the ground to the first step. From there, they were hauled to the next ramp on the second step and so on, using these ramps at every level. Perhaps there was only one ramp that was moved from one step to the next as needed. I was told about both methods, so I described them both. This way, the top of the pyramid was completed first, then the middle section, and finally the base on the ground. The pyramid was inscribed with Egyptian characters indicating how much radish, onions, and garlic were consumed by the workers. As I recall well, the translator who read the inscription told me it amounted to 1,600 talents of silver. If this is true, then how much must have been spent on iron tools, bread, and clothing for the workers, given that all these constructions took 20 years, in addition to the time required for quarrying and transporting the stones, as well as for building the underground chambers. If we disregard the chronological error regarding the pharaohs, everything aligns with modern scientific theories on pyramid construction. However, some details of Herodotus's account are inconsistent with reality. No inscriptions, such as the ones Herodotus allegedly saw, have ever been found, neither on the pyramid, nor on its casing stones, nor among the scattered ruins on the plateau, nor on stones repurposed for later construction projects. Furthermore, the Great Pyramid shows no particular stepped structure. Despite the erosion, the masonry is clearly visible. How could Herodotus have made such a glaring mistake? It may be time to revisit the inventory stela. According to its inscription, Khufu built his pyramids near the Great Pyramid. The smaller satellite pyramids do exhibit a stepped structure, which corresponds to Herodotus's description of tiered construction. This suggests that Herodotus wasn't fabricating his account, but may have been referring to these smaller pyramids rather than the monumental ones on the Giza Plateau. There are 4 small pyramids near the Great Pyramid, 3 along its eastern side, and a 4th at its southeastern corner. The 3 on the eastern side decrease in size from north to south, with bases ranging from 50 to 45 meters. These are believed to have been tombs for Khufu's wives. The name of one wife is known, while the existence of the other three is inferred from the pyramids. It is possible that one of these small pyramids belonged not to Khufu's wife, but to Khufu himself. Khafre's pyramid has an even simpler configuration. It has just one satellite pyramid situated on an artificial low terrace to its south. Little remains of this pyramid, but researchers estimate its dimensions at approximately 20 by 20 meters, with walls sloping at an angle of 52 degrees, 20 minutes. Fortunately, the underground portion, including a tunnel 12 meters deep that was excavated by looters to access the burial chamber, has survived. In the chamber, archaeologists found nothing except for 2 pearls dropped by the thieves and a jar stopper bearing Khafre's name. Were it not for the nearby large pyramid, this smaller pyramid would likely have been identified as Khafre's tomb, based solely on the stopper. The satellite pyramids of the third large pyramid also exhibit a stepped structure. Herodotus mentions that the pyramid of Menkaure was built partly of granite and partly of limestone. However, there is no granite in the third Great Pyramid, nor among its debris, but the eastern satellite pyramid of Menkaure is indeed constructed of both granite and limestone. What does this mean? It appears that while pharaohs were indeed involved in building pyramids, some of these structures were likely constructed without their direct involvement. Interestingly, all these pyramids that don't align with traditional theories have been attributed by historians to the Fourth Dynasty. One pyramid in Meidum, the Bent and Red pyramids in Dashur, and the 3 main pyramids on the Giza Plateau. These pyramids, in particular, disrupt the otherwise neat sequence of pyramid development, complicating the narrative of pyramid-building evolution. If these anomalies are set aside, the story becomes straightforward. An evident progression in the refinement of pyramids, driven by improved tools, construction methods, stoneworking techniques, and growing architectural mastery. However, this narrative is disrupted by the largest pyramids, which scholars insist were built during the Fourth Dynasty. This creates the impression that there was a great leap in skill at the beginning of pyramid construction, followed by a decline, with proficiency only recovering somewhat by the end of the pyramid-building era. Even then, the later builders never matched the achievements of the earliest architects. Frustrating, isn't it? Let's recall that Khufu attributed the creation of the Great Pyramid to an ancient goddess, and explore what Egyptian myths say about these gods. It's worth noting that, about a century ago, myths and folk traditions were considered a significant part of historical science. However, with the rise of advanced technologies, they have been somewhat sidelined, perhaps unjustly. Herodotus writes that the priests of Thebes counted 341 generations from the first Egyptian king. He calculated this to cover 11,340 years. Remember the supposed date of Atlantis' destruction? It's almost the same figure. Diodorus Siculus, also citing Egyptian priests, states, "Initially, for just under 18,000 years, Egypt was ruled by gods and heroes, with Horus, son of Isis, being the last divine ruler. Mortal kings governed this land for slightly less than 5,000 years. Today, Egyptology bases its chronology of Egyptian dynasties on the so-called Manetho's king list. Manetho identifies Menes as the first pharaoh and unifier of Egypt, the founder of the first dynasty. However, Manetho also mentions pre-dynastic periods. According to Manetho, the dynasties of mortal rulers were preceded by 4 other dynasties, 2 of gods, 1 of demigods, and 1 transitional dynasty. First, Egypt was ruled by 7 great gods for a total of 12,300 years. Ptah ruled for 9,000 years. Ra for 1,000 years. Shu for 700 years. Geb for 500 years. Osiris for 500 years, Set for 350, and Horus for 300 years. The second dynasty of gods consisted of 12 divine rulers, the first being the god Thoth. This dynasty ruled for 1,570 years. Following that, a dynasty of 30 demigods ruled for 3,650 years. Then, for 350 years, chaos reigned, with 7 mortal kings on the throne. Finally, Menes initiated the first dynasty of pharaohs and established a new capital dedicated to the god Ptah. Pre-dynastic rulers are also mentioned in other Egyptian records traditionally accepted by the scientific community. The Turin Papyrus lists Egyptian rulers who reigned in Upper and Lower Egypt before the unification of the kingdom under the first pharaoh. It mentions 9 dynasties, including the venerated ones of Memphis, the venerated ones of the north, and the Shemsu-Hor, followers of Horus. In total, this list attributes 36,620 years to the pre-dynastic period. The Palermo stone, dated to the 5th dynasty, lists 120 kings from the pre-dynastic era. Despite significant contradictions, these ancient documents agree on one point. The history of Egyptian statehood did not begin with the dynastic period. A long and fascinating pre-dynastic era preceded it. According to official history, the ancient Egyptians used copper saws for stoneworking. While such tools could cut limestone, albeit with difficulty, as modern experiments demonstrate, they were clearly ineffective against granite. Nevertheless, one of the most famous structures of Giza, the Temple of the Sphinx, is built of enormous limestone and granite blocks. The limestone blocks weigh up to 200 tons, and the granite ones are only slightly lighter. This raises another mystery. How did the builders lift such massive blocks to such heights? While the use of large stones in pyramid foundations is justified for structural stability, the temple's construction could easily have used smaller stones. Modern crane experts note that while some machines can lift such weights, they cannot move blocks of this size over significant distances. Yet the temple was assembled so precisely that it resembles a construction of ordinary bricks rather than multi-ton blocks. Large blocks, if they can be handled, offer several advantages. The structure is built much faster, and it becomes more resistant to earthquakes, which are not uncommon in the region. The temple itself exhibits an aesthetic entirely distinct from that of the pyramids, giving the impression that it was constructed by people of a different culture with different technological capabilities. Moreover, its construction is technically unique. The limestone walls are clad in granite both inside and out. Today, little granite remains, but it is evident that the entire temple was once covered. The roof follows a similar principle, with 2 layers of granite sandwiching a layer of limestone. The reason for this complex roofing design remains a mystery. The inner walls of the granite temple are precisely finished, but have a uniform protrusion at the base, below the original floor level. This suggests that the stone blocks were not processed individually, but as part of the masonry. However, the soil likely prevented an unknown tool from finishing the wall to the very bottom. This implies that the builders possessed some kind of instrument capable of cutting granite with ease. It is far more challenging to process completed walls than individual stones. Moreover, the internal corners of the temple are rounded rather than rectangular, a feature unattainable with any standard saw, whether made of copper or iron. Why go to such lengths? Most likely, this was done to prevent the stones in the corners from breaking under their weight during an earthquake. Similar techniques are used today in seismically active regions. Egyptologists claim that this temple was built by Khafra, a 4th dynasty pharaoh. This conclusion is drawn both because the temple's road leads to Khafra's pyramid and because a statue of the pharaoh was discovered there. The statue, made of dark green diorite, depicts Khafra seated on a throne, with the falcon god Horus depicted behind his head. It is now housed in the Cairo Museum as one of its most treasured exhibits. Interestingly, this statue was not found among the ruins, but buried upside down beneath the temple's alabaster floor. The fact that it was buried head down clearly indicates that those who treated the statue this way disapproved of the pharaoh. Was this punishment? Could it have been for using a building he did not construct for purposes it was never intended for? This temple, referred to as the House of Osiris, Lord of Rostau, the ancient name for Giza, was believed to have been constructed by the gods who once ruled Egypt. Perhaps, during the time of the pharaohs, there were still individuals in Egypt who adhered to the old faith, and even occasionally came to power or seized control over certain regions. This likely occurred during the so-called First Intermediate Period, which followed the Old Kingdom. Many scholars note that during this time, numerous constructions attributed to the pharaohs, or assumed to be their works, were not merely destroyed, but desecrated. This desecration could be interpreted as the removal of pagan idols from holy sites. It all depends on one's perspective. Incidentally, the early Egyptologists of the 19th century believed the granite temple to be a legacy of the pre-dynastic period. However, over time, perspectives on this and other issues changed. Most Egyptian sarcophagi are impeccably finished, but the bottoms of nearly all of them are extremely rough. In some cases, there are chips that extend to the sides. This is puzzling. If the sarcophagi were crafted using tools capable of such precise work, why is the bottom so crudely finished? This question remains unanswered unless we assume that the sarcophagi were created not by the ancient Egyptians, but by the same people who built the granite temple and certain pyramids. It seems that the Egyptians simply appropriated these artifacts, roughly chipping them away from their foundations and repurposing them for their own uses. Based on the evidence presented, it can be inferred that the ancient Egyptians utilized the fruits of a more advanced civilization, a civilization capable of precisely cutting dense stone and moving massive slabs that modern cranes struggle to handle. It stands to reason that remnants of this civilization might still exist in Egypt. As mentioned earlier, some researchers believe that both the pyramids and the granite temple were ancient power stations. Several arguments support this idea. Greek and Roman authors who visited Egypt often wrote about the miraculous light that illuminated the interiors of temples and pyramids, as well as accounts of priests punishing the disobedient with the power of thunder. Today, we know that thunder is directly connected to electricity. For a long time, such stories were dismissed as fantastical. However, recent discoveries suggest these accounts might not be mere fiction. It is now widely accepted that ancient civilizations, including the Egyptian one, had knowledge of electricity. For instance, reliefs in the Temple of Hathor depict human figures holding bulb-shaped transparent objects that strongly resemble enormous electric lamps. Instead of filaments, these lamps contain snakes, whose tails connect to objects resembling flowers. Beneath the lamps are depictions of items unmistakable to the modern observer. Those are insulators. Even more intriguing are the striped cords extending from the flowers to a box upon which a god of air sits. Behind this box stands a demon in the form of a monkey holding a knife. After all, while electricity may be divine, it is also deadly to the careless. Engineer W. Harn successfully reconstructed a working model of a generator capable of producing an arc discharge accompanied by intense illumination. He explained, "If air is evacuated from a glass bulb containing two metal rods, an electrical discharge occurs at much lower voltages. At a pressure of 40 millimeters of mercury, a filamentous discharge accompanied by glow appears between the rods. If the air is further evacuated, the discharge broadens until it fills the entire bulb. This corresponds entirely to the reliefs in the Temple of Hathor. Another historical fact bolsters this argument. In the ruins of the ancient cities of Ctesiphon and Seleucia, near Baghdad, ancient electric batteries have been discovered. The German newspaper Die Zeit described these devices as follows. The battery consists of a terracotta vase 18 centimeters tall, a shorter copper cylinder, and a corroded iron rod that bears traces of bitumen and lead. The batteries were constructed as follows. A thin sheet of copper was rolled into a cylinder about 12 centimeters long and 2.5 centimeters in diameter, sealed with a tin-lead alloy. The base of the cylinder was a tightly fitting copper disc, insulated from the inside with bitumen. The cylinder was closed at the top with a bitumen stopper through which an iron rod passed. When the vessel was filled with an acid or alkaline solution, it became a galvanic cell. For protection, the cylinder was placed in a terracotta jar and sealed with bitumen. These findings suggest that the ancient Egyptians and other civilizations might have been far more technologically advanced than previously thought. Trade between Egypt and Asia is well known, so it is not surprising that terracotta vases identical to those found near Baghdad were also discovered in Egyptian Tel el Amarna. Let us assume that they were produced by the Egyptians themselves, using technologies inherited from their predecessors, and then sold to others. Now, let us turn our attention to how the granite temple is constructed. It is effectively isolated according to all the principles of physics. Granite, as is well known, does not conduct electricity. Perhaps this is why such a complex multi-layered roof was created. Could it be that this was not a temple but a kind of power station? Many scholars today are convinced that the ancient Egyptians knew of a source of light that did not create an open flame. Otherwise, for example, what kind of lighting was used to apply drawings to the walls of underground chambers? It would have been impossible to do this without light, and oil lamps or torches would have left soot marks. However, no soot has been found in the Egyptian pyramids. But then it is very strange that a civilization that knew electricity suddenly forgot about it. How could this have happened? Today, no turmoil or natural disasters could erase knowledge of such a convenience from people's minds. It's a different matter if electricity wasn't invented by the Egyptians, but was simply given to them by some benevolent uncle, and they used it without understanding the principles behind it. And then, magical electrode rods and miraculous glass bulbs eventually ran out, along with electricity itself. The Egyptians, given their level of development, could no longer recreate all of this from scratch. You may ask, if the civilization that the Egyptians attributed to the gods was so advanced, why are there no traces of other remarkable inventions? Then we could talk about ancient Egyptian aviation. But first, let's summarize the discussion on pyramid construction. I have long been amazed that no one has ever tried to verify this theory in a purely logical, or rather mathematical way. After all, it's so simple. Let's recall what we know. So, the Great Pyramid. This is 2,500,000 blocks, with an average weight of about 2.5 tons each. Each block was carefully processed to such a degree of precision that not even a knife blade could fit between two stones. This means that the ancient builders needed to polish, with copper saws, let me remind you, 15 million surfaces of such blocks. How much time would this have taken? It is believed that sometimes up to 40,000 people were involved in building the pyramid, but usually it was about 14,000 people. This means that each of them would have had to process 1,071 surfaces. A surface measures about a meter by a meter. Tell me, How long would it take you personally to polish that many surfaces with a copper saw? Unlike the ancient Egyptians, you don't even know how to do this. They didn't know at first either, but after the 500th surface, they say it goes much faster. Let's go further. The pyramid, according to official Egyptology, was built in 20 years. Doing simple calculations, it turns out that at such a pace, it would have been necessary to lay one block every 4 minutes or so. This, note, is round the clock, without breaks for meals, sleep, holidays, or natural disasters for 20 whole years. If we assume that the builders ate and slept but still worked 12 hours a day, then it comes to one block every 2 minutes. The blocks also had to be delivered and finally processed. Moreover, the block had to be not just slapped onto the pyramid somewhere but placed very precisely. Have you seen how a modern crane, driven by anything but muscle power, lowers a concrete slab into place? It takes more than 2 or even 4 minutes. All right, let's give the Egyptians a little more time. For example, 100 years, although this contradicts accepted views. Then, it turns out, they needed to place one stone every 20 minutes. This is already something and could be manageable under such norms. However, this would still be at the limit. Optimally, it seems, with some skill, it would take about 40 minutes to lay one stone block. Then it would take 190 years to build the pyramid. It is clear that several teams could lay several blocks simultaneously. But don't forget that someone still had to quarry these blocks, deliver them, and shape them. And don't forget that the lower part of the pyramid contains only some of the blocks. Some of them had to be lifted almost 150 meters. Can you imagine that height? And besides that, it was necessary to build the entire pyramid infrastructure, with temples, roads, and fences. And they say it is us who are weak in logic. Let's talk about airplanes. In 1848, an archaeological expedition working in Abydos discovered strange hieroglyphs while studying the Temple of Seti. These were located directly above the entrance to the temple, right under the ceiling, at a height of about 10 meters. There were many hieroglyphs, and they immediately puzzled the researchers. Nothing like them had ever been encountered before. Soon it was decided that these were not just signs of ancient writing, but images of some objects, possibly mechanisms of unknown purpose. The hieroglyphs were copied and sparked heated debates among European Egyptologists, but no one was able to offer anything definitive. The only conclusion the 19th century scholars could reach was that, despite the great variety of hieroglyphs, they depicted only 4 figures, but in different perspectives and variations. However, no one understood what these figures were. Soon, the mysterious writings in the Abydos temple were forgotten, as Egyptologists of that time faced what seemed to be many other equally interesting discoveries. This story resurfaced only a century and a half later, in the 1990s, when the respected Arab newspaper Ash-Sharq al-Awsat published a selection of photographs taken in the Temple of the Sun, god Amun-Ra in Karnak. The photographs depicted hieroglyphs carved into the temple walls, and the journalist sarcastically asked, "Do you think the ancient Egyptians were familiar with combat aviation?" The published images sparked an explosion of interest. After all, the walls of the temple, built during the reign of Seti I, who ruled 3,000 years ago, featured the image of a combat helicopter with clearly distinguishable rotor blades and tail assembly. Next to it were carvings of several other strange objects, which closely resembled modern supersonic jet fighters and heavy strategic bombers. Experts immediately recalled the drawings from the temple in Abydos, and it became clear why 19th century scholars could not understand what was depicted. In those days, aviation was an unimaginable concept. Renowned Egyptologist Alan Alford decided to investigate the sensational claims and traveled to Abydos himself. He confirmed that the hieroglyphs indeed existed. Moreover, he told journalists that the carvings clearly depict a helicopter, including minute details that could only have been reproduced by someone who had seen it personally. If this is not a helicopter, then I cannot say what it might be. After comparing the images from the two sites, Karnak and Abydos, it became evident that both ancient artists had attempted to depict the same objects in great detail. Skeptics, who doubted the existence of aviation during the pharaoh's era, suggested that the images were merely symbols representing one of Seti's names, which translates as bee. In other words, according to this theory, the Egyptians, while carving helicopters and airplanes, believed they were depicting bees. When Alford was asked to comment on whether the hieroglyphs could represent Seti's name, he replied, "Then he should have been called not bee, but pilot." Soon, besides the helicopter, a depiction of a submarine was also discovered on the frescoes of the temple in Abydos. The submarine featured all the expected details: a propeller, rudder, and periscope. While there is no indirect evidence of submarines in ancient Egypt, there is considerable evidence supporting the use of aviation. Some researchers, for example, believe that the famous Egyptian pharaoh Tutankhamun died 3,300 years ago in an aircraft crash. This is the view of the well-known historian of antiquity William Deitch, who is convinced that the ancient Egyptians ascended into the sky using hot air balloons and primitive gliders. Naturally, such activities were considered divine and were a privilege reserved for royalty and the elite. Take note, says Deitch, that many members of the Egyptian royal family, including Tutankhamun, died with broken legs and multiple injuries, as if their deaths occurred in crashes of flying machines. Deitch is convinced that the strange winged objects depicted in numerous drawings and frescoes are none other than the first flying machines. He personally built several models of these devices based on Egyptian drawings, and it turned out that many of them performed exceptionally well in the air. Aviation originated in Egypt and soon spread to regions now known as Tibet, India, Mexico, Turkey, China, and Guatemala. Areas with strong air currents capable of sustaining flying machines. The mystery remains as to why the art of flight was forgotten. But if we assume that flying machines were not invented by the Egyptians, but were instead inherited from a more advanced civilization, the puzzle makes sense. Let us briefly shift focus from Egypt to South America. The Colombian golden airplane is the name given to a 4-centimeter artifact that was likely used by Colombian indigenous peoples as an amulet or pendant. It was crafted no later than the middle of the first millennium BCE. This discovery is not unique. To date, 33 similar items have been found in Colombia, Peru, Costa Rica, and Venezuela. Although they vary in appearance, they consistently feature the essential components of an airplane: a fuselage, horizontal and vertical stabilizers. Sometimes these artifacts include features like eyes or scales, but many experts agree with U.S. biologist Ivan Sanderson's conclusion. None of these artifacts can be identified with any known extinct or extant fauna. In the golden airplanes, aviation experts recognize designs resembling an aerospace plane with a hinged cockpit, a cargo plane for one-time use with water landing capabilities, and even a subaquaplane, an underwater aircraft. The first golden airplane was displayed in 1956 as part of the Gold of Pre-Columbian America exhibit at the Metropolitan Museum in New York. Its delta-shaped wings and vertical tail fin, features absent in birds, immediately caught the attention of American aircraft designers. When tested in a wind tunnel, the model performed best at supersonic speeds, a focus of intense research at the time. Inspired by the artifact, the delta wing and prominent vertical fin were incorporated into the design of a new Lockheed aircraft, which went on to be considered one of the best in the world. Returning to Egypt, the ancient Egyptians, 4th century BCE, also left behind figurines of flying birds that more closely resemble monoplanes with high wings, elongated fuselages, and vertical tail stabilizers. Aviation specialists assert that such features align with the principles of modern aircraft design. The wing geometry, for instance, almost perfectly mirrors the contours of the Hercules transport plane. If the pharaohs did indeed fly, might there be records of such achievements? In the Papyrus of Nu, British Museum, 10,477, sheet 9, we read, "I greet you, O Bedro, dwelling in the great lake of the northern sky, visible to the naked eye and immortal. I rose above you when you ascended like a god. I saw you, and I did not die. I ascended to you and was resurrected like a god. I cackled like a goose. I soared like a falcon among the divine clouds and the great dew. I journeyed from the earth to the sky. The God of light strengthened me on both sides of the ladder. The stars that never set guided me on the true path and helped me avoid destruction." It is difficult to argue that this is anything but a description of a flight, quite ordinary by today's standards. First, the author rose above you, indicating they climbed significantly high above the surface, as suggested by the subsequent lines. I soared like a falcon among the divine clouds and the great dew. If one ascends to an altitude of 2,000 to 4,000 meters in an open flying machine and enters the cloud layer, one indeed feels moisture. And we have no doubt that you might also cackle like a goose under such circumstances. The mention of stars that never set is equally intriguing. To observe this phenomenon, one must ascend to an even greater altitude. Where the atmosphere thins, stars, indeed, do not set. But enough about inventions. Let us turn our attention to those who allegedly gifted them to the Egyptians. Gods, simply gods. In the Book of the Dead, in a hymn and prayers to Osiris, we find the following words: "Hail to you, O Lord of the star-like gods in Anu, and the heavenly beings in Karaha." Note the clear distinction between higher beings as gods and simply as beings. Considering the vast number of gods in the Egyptian pantheon, it becomes evident that there were plenty of these miracle-working visitors. Based on the quote from the Book of the Dead, we can deduce that some were of higher rank, while others, perhaps, were subordinate to them. The Papyrus of Ani, British Museum, 10,470, sheet 29, reinforces this idea. Hail to you, O Thoth! What has become of the divine children of Nut? They instigated strife. They continued to quarrel. They committed evil. They created demons. They committed murders. They incited unrest. Truly, in all their deeds, the powerful stood against the weak. Let your will be done, O mighty Thoth, that what the God commands may be fulfilled. But you do not commit evil, nor succumb to wrath when they create confusion in their years, fill their spaces, and seek to disrupt their months. For in everything they did for you, they secretly wrought evil. I am your writing tablet, O Thoth, and I have brought you your inkwell. I am not among those who commit evil in their secret places, and may evil not strike me. This is a typical complaint from subordinates to the highest authority about intermediate management running amok and needing to be reined in. The authority figure here is, of course, Thoth, while Nut is the goddess of the sky. But who are her children? Perhaps some celestial colonists on Egyptian territory, with Thoth serving as a kind of viceroy or governor, essentially the head of the expedition? On the vignette of this papyrus, a man and woman are depicted raising their hands in reverence before Thoth. seated on his throne. Here is the golden age the Egyptians spoke of, a time when mortals communicated directly with the gods. But as we see, it was not the gods themselves who seemed to behave decently, but Nut's children who caused trouble. They instigated strife. They continued to quarrel. In other words, the colonists, who had evidently come to Egypt for something significant, quarreled over this significant matter and, to put it mildly, started a bloodbath among themselves. "You do not commit evil nor succumb to wrath," the people say to Thoth. Yes, tales of benevolent rulers who were supposedly uninvolved were popular even then. Incidentally, if we consider the gods as colonists, it explains why the Egyptian pantheon is not only vast, but also oddly revered. In one region, a particular god is the chief deity, while in another, that same god is less prominent, though still recognized for their might and power. It mirrors how we might acknowledge the governor of a neighboring region, but understand that our own governor is more relevant, at least to us. The legend of humanity's destruction. The famous Egyptologist Wallace Budge, in his book Legends of the Egyptian Gods, recounts the legend of the destruction of mankind, inscribed on the four walls of the tomb chamber of Pharaoh Seti I. Interestingly, the legend speaks of a time when gods lived among humans, and the ruling deity was Ra. Notably, Ra was not the first divine ruler. Before him was someone named Hephaestus, perhaps a typical change of command in an expedition. Ra decided that humans were becoming too insolent, often complaining about the gods, and he resolved to punish the malcontents severely. The gods agreed, and Ra sent his eye in the form of Hathor, the goddess, to destroy the rebels. Throughout the night, Hathor walked, wading in the blood of humans. Then Ra, who enjoyed this, decided to continue, but the gods advised their supreme god to endure and remember that his power is proportional to his authority. Stripped of flowery Egyptian reverence, this advice essentially told him not to exceed his authority. Note that subordinate gods gave this advice to the supreme deity, an unusual dynamic. Things then took an even more familiar turn. Ra frequently fell ill, complained of fatigue, and wished to return to the heavens. The scene of Ra's departure is particularly noteworthy. Omitting overtly mythical details, it is said that during his departure there was a loud noise and much fire. This bears a striking resemblance to a rocket launch. Near the Sphinx, during the era of the pharaohs, a stela was erected bearing an inscription in which Ra is called the creator of a protected place in a sacred desert, from which he could ascend and traverse the heavens. You built for yourself a protected place in the sacred desert with a hidden name. By day you rise opposite them. You ascend beautifully into the heights. You traverse with the favorable wind. You navigate the heavens in a celestial bark. The sky rejoices. The earth celebrates. The crew of Ra praises him daily. He proceeds in glory. In the Book of the Dead, there is also mention of a state of peace of heart achieved by starry beings. Perhaps this refers to a state of suspended animation necessary for long interstellar journeys, where all natural bodily processes slow to a minimum, and the body does not age. We currently read about such concepts only in science fiction. Interestingly, science fiction also speculates that a body in suspended animation requires a protective case to retain moisture. Could this be the inspiration for Egyptian sarcophagi? If so, it explains why the gods were constantly resurrecting. They were not dead, but merely in stasis for long space flights. Notably, celestial scenes and depictions of winged gods often adorned the inner surfaces of sarcophagi and the undersides of their lids. It is a known fact, and even traditional Egyptology does not deny it, that ancient Egyptian writing seemingly appeared suddenly and from nowhere. Even the earliest texts exhibit a fully developed linguistic structure with clearly defined writing rules and completely established symbols. When we look at how writing systems developed in other languages, we see that this process took at least several centuries. Naturally, evidence of this gradual polishing of written language remains, allowing us to trace its evolution. But in Egyptian writing, no such process is observed. There are no clay tablets, papyri, or stones reflecting the gradual development of their script. Writing simply did not exist, and then it appeared, fully formed in all its complexity. One could argue that the earliest, less polished examples of writing were erased over time. Yes, one might say that if not for the reverse process observed in Egyptian writing. Unlike other world languages, Egyptian writing did not evolve, but instead became increasingly primitive over time. A simpler script emerged, or as some researchers call it, a popular version of classical Egyptian writing. What is notable is that this simpler form of writing underwent the same period of formation typically required for a writing system to become more complex. The Egyptians transitioned from the classical style of writing, which required considerable skill, to a simpler form, effectively creating an entirely new script that turned classical hieroglyphs into something easier to write. Classical script, however, remained forever sacred, regarded as the divine gift of Thoth, the god of wisdom. If we look at the history of the Russian written language, which also underwent a period of simplification after its creation, we see that it was similarly bestowed, not by Thoth, but by Saints Cyril and Methodius. Over time, the people adjusted it to suit the evolving spoken language. Perhaps our people were more accustomed to change, or perhaps Cyril and Methodius were better linguists than Thoth. In any case, such drastic transformations as occurred with Egyptian writing did not happen with Russian. In the book Egypt, in the time of the Ramessides, a papyrus is mentioned that tells of a priest wandering through the city of the dead, i.e., a cemetery. He saw magical formulas inscribed on one of the ancient tombstones. Priests, being literate, would generally have no trouble reading inscriptions. However, the priest in this account could not read the text. He could only determine that it was an ancient inscription in a language he did not know but could distinguish from others. This suggests the existence of another writing system in Egypt. Since the formulas turned out to be magical, it is reasonable to assume that this script originated with the gods. At one point, someone knew how to use it and even inscribed it on a tombstone. But by the time of the Ramessides, a long time had passed since the era when gods lived among men, and it is not surprising that even a learned priest could not read the divine language. It is well known that the Great Pyramid bears no inscriptions. However, the Arab historian Abd al-Latif in the 13th century reported that the pyramid's facing blocks were covered with numerous unknown symbols. Herodotus, who visited the pyramid earlier, around 440 BCE, also mentioned these markings, noting that their meaning was unclear to both himself and his Egyptian guide. It is worth noting that during Herodotus's time, hieroglyphs were readily translated, making it hard to imagine what sort of inscription could remain unreadable. Interestingly, Egyptian legends also reference a Book of Thoth's chambers that fell from the sky. It was stored in a flint chest, and, judging by the plural form, must have been extensive. What might it have contained? Plans for the pyramids? In this context, the legends of Khufu's son, who is said to have known a secret script and even discovered the Book of the Dead, become relevant. Today, this book largely comprises prayers, but some sections are remarkably intriguing. Although likely distorted by later scribes, these fragments suggest more than just ancient tales. Notably, one of the fathers of psychoanalysis, Carl Jung, studied the Book of the Dead closely, asserting that it contained profound insights into human psychology. Egyptian myths include one particularly intriguing story, the legend of Osiris and Isis. The ancient text narrates a dynastic conflict, interwoven with mythical events. One episode is particularly striking: Isis conceiving a child with the deceased and dismembered Osiris, whose body had been entombed for a considerable time. According to the myth, Isis, unable to find Osiris's phallus, made one, and then conceived with Osiris. Notably, while the author recounts Isis's revenge, her focus seems solely on locating Osiris's body. Upon finding it, she hides it, a peculiar form of vengeance, is it not? Seth, whom she is supposedly avenging herself against, appears irrelevant to her actions. Seth finds Osiris's body, dismembers it, and scatters the pieces across the land. Only after this does Isis decide to conceive. Today, we understand the concept of test tube babies and successful cloning experiments. But how did the Egyptians know this? For a mere legend, the details seem too specific. Much like the aviation-themed myths, they were unlikely to have been fully appreciated by 19th-century scholars. Traditional Egyptology holds that ancient Egyptians not only built boats, but also navigated them along the Nile and nearby coastal waters. Any discussion of Egyptians undertaking more distant voyages is considered outright heresy. Entire collections of boomerangs have been discovered in several Egyptian tombs. It is claimed that these boomerangs are of local origin and that ancient Egyptians were familiar with such tools. However, boomerangs are not mentioned in any Egyptian texts or depicted in frescoes. Yet, Egyptian boomerangs are identical to Australian boomerangs, as if made using the same template. Moreover, some sources mention the existence of a kangaroo mummy in the Cairo Museum, though these animals are native only to Australia. Verifying this claim is difficult, possibly because its popularization is not in the interest of official Egyptology. Australians, who have nothing to lose in this regard, proudly display intriguing inscriptions in New South Wales National Park along the Pacific coast. These inscriptions have been known for a couple of centuries. White settlers discovered them multiple times in a rocky crevice, resembling a small cave with a width ranging from 2 to 4 meters. Dense bushes near the entrance had long concealed the inscriptions from casual travelers. On both walls of the crevice are more than 250 ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. The ones on the southern wall are faint, eroded by time, but those on the northern wall remain strikingly clear. These hieroglyphs belong to the most archaic form of ancient Egyptian writing, which is known to only a few Egyptologists and remains poorly understood. Some of the symbols are entirely unfamiliar. This led to speculation that the inscription was a modern forgery. However, Ray Johnson, a prominent Egyptologist involved in translating the oldest texts in the Cairo Museum's collection, does not think so. He even managed to translate the inscription, which turned out to document the chronicle of Egyptian travelers who were shipwrecked in a strange and hostile land. The text also describes the premature death of their leader, who belonged to the royal family and was a son of the 4th dynasty Pharaoh Djedefre. The account provides detailed descriptions of the leader's death from a snake bite and the subsequent burial ritual. This inscription supports the hypothesis that as early as 5,000 years ago, ancient Egyptians could undertake long sea voyages. Perhaps they sailed from the Red Sea, skirting the mainland and moving from island to island. Another piece of evidence for distant journeys is the processed amber found in the tombs of 5th dynasty pharaohs. In the ancient world, amber was sourced exclusively from one location, the Baltic Sea, then called the Amber Sea. This discovery suggests either extensive trade connections or that the Egyptians themselves were accomplished travelers. However, reaching the Baltic, though challenging, is achievable by carefully following coastlines. It is simpler compared to the journey from Egypt to Australia. In 1953, an ancient Egyptian sarcophagus was discovered on Marijo Island at the mouth of the Amazon River. It was of a classic design that is unmistakably Egyptian. Near the sarcophagus, numerous artifacts were found, including clay sculptures of four-masted ships, typical of Egypt in the 3rd millennium BCE. One interesting fact is that ancient Egyptians referred to special water storage reservoirs on ships as karam erkaro. Modern Brazilian indigenous people who speak the Tupi-Guarani language call any tanks or water containers karam-erkere. This could be dismissed as a mere coincidence. Languages often produce such coincidental parallels, which adventurers have used to build elaborate theories. However, how can we explain the discovery of mummies linked to South America? Indeed, there is curious evidence suggesting that Egyptians visited South America deliberately, not just by accident during a storm. This discovery occurred in the 1990s as part of a large-scale project to study ancient Egyptian mummies. While studying mummies housed in Munich, researchers decided to test the ancient Egyptians for drug use. It is well known that drugs, like other substances consumed by humans, bind to the proteins in hair and remain there for months, and, after death, indefinitely. This fact underpins modern drug testing. Even a single use of a substance can be detected months later. During testing, hair samples are washed with alcohol and cleansing solutions. If the solution is clean, but the hair tests positive, the substance must have been inside the hair, entering through consumption. According to specialists, this process entirely eliminates the possibility of error. Dr. Svetla Balabanova, a renowned German toxicologist and expert in detecting narcotics, oversaw the testing of the mummies. Balabanova specializes in new methods for identifying drugs. The test results astonished her. The initial positive results were a shock to me, Balabanova said. I did not expect to find nicotine and cocaine, yet this is precisely what we uncovered. I was absolutely certain it must have been a mistake. However, repeat testing yielded the same results. It is worth noting that while nicotine could potentially come from certain African plants, cocaine could only have been imported from South America. While some African plants in the coca family are known, only the South American species contains the narcotic compound. Balabanova received a flood of letters, many of them angry or dismissive, claiming her findings were nonsense. They said it was impossible because it's proven that these plants existed only in America before Columbus. But there could be no mistake in this research. This method is widely accepted and has been used thousands of times. If the results are incorrect, the explanation must lie elsewhere, not in my methods, because I am 100% certain of the results. Balabanova expanded her research to include 134 naturally preserved bodies from Sudan, which was once part of the Egyptian Empire. Although these bodies dated to a much later period, they were still centuries older than Columbus's voyage to the Americas. Interestingly, only a third of the bodies tested positive for nicotine and cocaine, suggesting that not all ancient Egyptians were drug users or smokers. This discovery piqued significant academic interest. Researchers expanded their studies to mummies from museums in China, Germany, and Austria, dating from 3700 BCE to 1100 CE. Once again, the results confirmed the presence of cocaine and nicotine in some of the samples. Renowned contemporary scholar Professor Robert Ballard hypothesized that the pyramids of Giza were built over extensive underground catacombs containing spacious halls for priests and storage chambers for ancient papyri. According to Ballard, Some of the limestone used to construct the above-ground structures of Giza was quarried from these catacombs. It is no secret that many pyramids conceal hidden corridors and cells for priests, who could enter the pyramid from below and traverse secret pathways to reach the summit. Howard Weiss, for example, noted an intriguing phenomenon while exploring the Bent Pyramid in Dashur. When workers were clearing tunnels in oppressive heat and stifling air, a sudden, strong, cold draft not only brought relief, but nearly extinguished their lamps. This draft continued for about 2 days before ceasing just as suddenly as it began. During modern excavations near a nearly ruined, insignificant pyramid, a torrential rainstorm filled a nearby pit with water. To the astonishment of the archaeologists, the water began to drain, reducing by nearly a third in volume. It was speculated that the water may have flowed into underground chambers, but further investigation yielded no results. Ancient historians frequently mentioned catacombs beneath the pyramids. The Greek philosopher Crantor, 4th century BCE, wrote of columns in one Egyptian temple, inscribed with maps of underground passageways connecting the pyramids. Roman historian Ammianus Marcellinus, 4th century CE, stated that a subterranean crypt connected to interior chambers of the Great Pyramid. The inscriptions, as ancient writers noted, were carved on the walls of some underground galleries and passages built deep beneath the ground to preserve ancient wisdom from a devastating flood. An Arab writer named Al-Talemsani, in a manuscript now housed in the British Museum, mentioned a long, wide underground passage between the Great Pyramid and the Nile, sealed by a peculiar device at the river's entrance. He recounted the following intriguing episode. During the days of Ahmad ibn Tulun, a group entered the Great Pyramid through a tunnel and found a glass goblet of rare color and texture in a side chamber. When they left, they realized one of their group was missing. When they went back to search, he emerged naked and laughing, saying, "Do not follow me or seek me," and quickly disappeared into the pyramid. His companions believed he was under some spell. Hearing of this strange occurrence, Ahmad ibn Tulun requested to see the glass goblet. During an inspection, the goblet was filled with water and weighed. Afterward, the water was emptied, and the goblet weighed again. It weighed the same, whether empty or full of water. If such an experiment truly occurred, the goblet's peculiar properties could hint at advanced scientific knowledge in Giza. Archaeologist Egerton Sykes supported his belief in a subterranean Giza by citing an ancient Arabic source describing several doors installed above stone basements containing secret stones that rotated on hinges. American researcher Peter Colosimo also repeatedly stated that there is likely far more beneath Saqqara, Abydos, and Helwan than the surface tombs and graves of the early dynasties. He referred to legends about secret doors that could be opened by supernatural forces, such as a certain high-pitched voice. The renowned Arab scholar Al-Masudi wrote in the 10th century about mechanical statues with astonishing abilities that guarded the underground galleries beneath the Great Pyramid. Al-Masudi claimed that these statues, in modern terms, were programmed to strictly monitor and destroy all intruders, except those whose behavior deemed them worthy of admittance. Furthermore, according to Al-Masudi, recorded formulas of supreme wisdom and the foundations of various arts and sciences were carefully hidden and guarded so that they might serve, in written form, for the benefit of those who could comprehend them in the future. Al-Masudi asserted that he had seen this with his own eyes, stating, "I saw such things that it is impossible to describe them without risking being deemed insane. And yet I saw them." There is no reason to disregard the testimony of this esteemed scholar. It is worth noting that in both Al-Masudi's account and the story of the miraculous goblet, People could still enter the underground passages 1,000 years ago. In the story of the goblet, witnesses were amazed by the object itself, not by the fact that they had accessed the subterranean chambers. Another 10th-century author, Mutardi, described a strange incident in a narrow underground corridor beneath Giza. A group of people exploring the passage were horrified to witness one of their companions crushed by a stone door that suddenly, as if by itself, slid out of the wall and blocked the corridor. In the 1950s, modern researcher Ahmed Fakhri reported hearing mysterious noises while working inside the Great Pyramid. These sounds led him to speculate that hidden tunnels might exist within or beneath the structure. Similar noises have been reported by many others, with most agreeing that they emanate from underground. Unexplored tunnels. Famed archaeologist John Kinnaman, shortly before his death in 1961, claimed that in 1924 he had discovered an unknown tunnel beneath Khufu's pyramid. He had stumbled upon the entrance entirely by accident while accompanying Egyptologist Sir Flinders Petrie. According to Kinnaman, the tunnel ended in a chamber filled with numerous mechanisms of unknown purpose. Another testimony regarding the mysterious underground structures at Giza comes from none other than Prince Farouk, the son of Egypt's king. In 1945, while wandering near the pyramids, the prince reportedly pressed a stone near the base of the Sphinx. A hidden mechanism activated, revealing an entrance to a tunnel. The tunnel led him to several large rooms housing robots. Despite his sensational account, the prince refused to reveal the location of the entrance to European scholars, leading to skepticism in the scientific community. In 1935, between the Sphinx and the Pyramid of Khafra, 250 meters from the base of Khufu's pyramid, a mysterious water-filled shaft was discovered. Rumors spread that it connected the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx. Egyptologist Zahi Hawass drained the water and cleared the first level of the shaft at a depth of 9 meters. This revealed an entrance to a second level of chambers 15 meters deep, containing 6 rock-hewn rooms. In 2 of these rooms were large granite sarcophagi, along with remnants of bones, wood, and ceramics dated to the 26th dynasty. A third level, located 25 meters deep, was entirely submerged. Amid the water, remnants of 4 pillars and a large sarcophagus between them were visible. This aligns with Herodotus's account of Khufu's burial in a great sarcophagus on an island surrounded by water near the Great Pyramid. While Herodotus himself never descended into the shaft, he relayed what local residents told him. Once the water was drained, a cenotaph, a symbolic tomb of the god Osiris, was found. The sarcophagus, situated within a palace symbolized by 4 pillars, is dated to the New Kingdom period, circa 1550 to 1070 BCE. Around 600 BCE, a 5-meter-wide tunnel was carved into the western wall of the Osirion. Its intended destination remains unknown. Dr. Selim Hassan, who studied this site, wrote, "During the clearing of the southern section of the underground pathway, a very beautiful statue head was found, with extraordinarily expressive facial features. The statue was a finely sculpted bust of Queen Nefertiti, described as a superb example of this rare art form from the reign of Amenhotep. Its current whereabouts are unknown." Hassan also reported the discovery of a special chamber they named the Hall of Offerings. Carved from massive exposed bedrock between Campbell's tomb and the Great Pyramid, the chamber's centerpiece was 3 richly decorated columns arranged in a triangle. This was considered the most significant find of the entire excavation, as it corresponded to a description in the Bible. Ezra, chosen to write the Torah, circa 397 BCE, seemed to have knowledge of Giza's underground passages and sanctuaries. Historian Josephus Flavius, in Antiquities of the Jews, 1st century CE, wrote that Enoch built an underground temple consisting of 9 chambers. In a deep crypt within one of the rooms with 3 vertical columns, he placed a triangular golden tablet inscribed with the true name of God. The description of Enoch's construction matches that of the Hall of Offerings. While studying a tomb in Giza, researchers leaned against a wall, causing stones to collapse. This revealed a tunnel leading to a vast network of poorly preserved passages, many of which were blocked by debris. Scholars believe this system might extend beneath the entire Giza plateau. Efforts are ongoing to map the tunnels using ground and aerial surveys. Although Egyptian authorities intended to open part of the restored tunnels for tourism in 2005, the project remains delayed. It is hoped that the underground world of Giza will eventually be accessible to the public, offering new surprises. Some research teams are also excavating a unique temple that, according to Egyptian officials, will surpass the famous Luxor temple in significance. Researchers believe the site conceals the remains of an enormous complex of underground palaces and temples. The main challenge is that modern buildings, roads, and infrastructure already occupy the area. Even traditionalist Egyptologists no longer deny the existence of an underground Giza. However, opinions differ greatly on the purpose of these structures. Renowned Australian researcher Tony Bushby, author of several controversial books, suggests that the underground complex contains the remnants of everything that survived the Great Flood, preserving the advanced achievements of a pre-existing civilization. In one of the private libraries he explored, Bushby discovered unknown ancient manuscripts that described in detail a system of underground living quarters built by the true creators of Memphis. The manuscript does not clarify who these true creators were, but it provides detailed descriptions of the subterranean spaces beneath the Sphinx and the pyramids. Bushby conducted a series of seismological studies which indicated that the Giza area is penetrated by a vast network of underground tunnels resembling a web. According to the researcher, he has several ideas about where to dig with certainty, but the Egyptian government has yet to grant him permission to begin excavation. When discussing underground cities that reportedly have between 3 and 10 levels, 2 immediate questions arise. How were these spaces ventilated? Imagine the amount of air required to make such large spaces breathable. And how were they illuminated, since fire consumes oxygen? However, the second issue seems to have been resolved. As previously mentioned, it is possible that the ancient Egyptians possessed knowledge of electricity. Bushby also believes that the underground city was illuminated using electrical technology. In his book, he writes, "Despite astonishing discoveries, the undeniable truth is that early Egyptian history remains an uncharted territory. It is impossible to state precisely how many miles of underground corridors and shelters were illuminated. One thing is certain. Since the ancients lacked the ability to see in the dark, vast underground areas had to be lit in some way." When it comes to the interiors of the Great Pyramid, Egyptologists agree that torches were not used for this purpose, as no soot marks are found on the ceilings from their flames. According to sources about the subterranean corridors beneath the pyramid plateau, there are at least 3 miles of passageways spread across 10 to 12 underground levels. The Book of the Dead and the pyramid texts make explicit references to the creators of light, and these extraordinary descriptions may well pertain to a caste responsible for illuminating underground areas as part of the broader complex. Self-lighting tubes? Iamblichus, an ancient Neoplatonist philosopher, recorded an astonishing account found in one of the oldest Egyptian papyri stored in a Cairo mosque. The text was part of a narrative from an unknown author, circa 100 BCE, describing a group of people permitted to descend into underground chambers for research purposes. The description of their expedition states, "We approached a room. When we entered, the lighting turned on by itself. The light came from a slender tube as tall as a human hand, standing upright in the corner. As we approached the tube, it glowed brighter. The slaves were terrified and ran back the way we came. When I touched the tube, the light went out. Whatever we tried, it never lit up again. In some rooms, the tubes emitted light, while in others, they did not. We broke one of the tubes, and a silvery liquid dripped out, rolling across the floor before disappearing into the cracks. After some time, the illuminating tubes began to go out, and the priests collected them and placed them in a specially constructed underground storage facility in the southeastern part of the plateau. They were convinced that the tubes were created by their beloved Imhotep, who would one day return to reignite them. It is likely that the ancient Egyptians used not only electricity, but also certain lamps capable of burning for extended periods. Bushby continues, among early Egyptians, it was common practice to leave lit lamps in burial sites as offerings to their gods or as a guide for the deceased to find their way to the other world. In Memphis and in Brahmin temples in India, burning lamps were found sealed inside tombs and crypts. The sudden influx of air would either extinguish the lamps or cause the fuel to evaporate. Later, Greeks and Romans adopted this custom, and the tradition persisted. Not actual burning lamps, but miniature terracotta replicas were buried with the dead. Several lamps were sealed in circular tombs as talismans, and there are accounts of ancient oils perfectly preserved in such lamps for more than 2,000 years. Numerous eyewitnesses have claimed that lamps continued to burn at the time of tomb sealing, and witnesses later affirmed that they were still burning centuries later when the tombs were reopened. The possibility of creating a fuel capable of self-replenishing as needed was a topic of heated debate among medieval authors, and many documents detailed these disputes. Based on these documented accounts, it is plausible to conclude that ancient Egyptian priest alchemists constructed lamps that could burn, if not indefinitely, then for extraordinarily long durations. Countless authorities wrote about eternal lamps. Wynne Westcott counted more than 150 authors who addressed this topic, while H.P. Blavatsky listed 173. Although the conclusions of various authors differ, most acknowledge the existence of these phenomenal lamps. Only a few firmly insisted that the lamps could burn eternally. Most were willing to concede that the lamps could burn for several centuries without needing a fuel replacement. It is widely believed that the wicks of these eternal lamps were made of woven or braided asbestos, which early alchemists called salamander wool. The fuel was said to be a product of alchemical research, likely produced in one of the temples on Mount Sinai. Several formulas for lamp fuel have been preserved. In her seminal work, Isis Unveiled, H.P. Blavatsky republishes two complex recipes for fuels from earlier sources, stating that when prepared and lit, the lamps would burn with a steady flame and could be placed wherever one wished. Some believe that the eternal lamps found in temples were nothing more than clever mechanical devices, and they propose amusingly simple explanations. In Egypt, with its rich underground reserves of asphalt and petroleum, priests might have connected asbestos wicks of one or more lamps to hidden pipes leading to petroleum reservoirs. Another theory posits that the belief in ever-burning lamps in tombs arose from the discovery of soot trails when previously sealed tombs were reopened. Groups of people who later entered such tombs and found broken lamps scattered on the floor assumed these were the sources of the soot. There are several well-documented accounts of eternal lamps being found, not only in Egypt but in other parts of the world. De Montfaucon de Villars provided a striking account of the opening of the tomb of Christian Rosenkreutz, the founder of the Rosicrucian order. When the Brotherhood entered the tomb 120 years after his death, they discovered a brightly glowing eternal lamp hanging from the ceiling. A statue encased in armor destroyed the light source when the chamber was opened. This story bears a curious resemblance to Arab accounts of mechanical guardians protecting the galleries beneath the Great Pyramid. Mechanical guardians? A 17th-century report offers another tale of a mechanical guardian. In central England, an unusual grave was found containing a mechanical figure that activated when an intruder stepped on certain stones in the tomb's floor. This discovery occurred during the height of the Rosicrucian order's popularity, and it was assumed the burial site belonged to one of its members. A villager who found the tomb entered and discovered it brightly illuminated by a lamp hanging from the ceiling. As he approached the light, his weight pressed down on the floor stones, triggering a mechanism that animated a seated figure in heavy armor. The figure stood upright and struck the lamp with an iron rod, shattering it and effectively destroying access to the mysterious substance that fueled the lamp. It remains unknown how long the lamp had been burning, but the report claimed it had lasted for a significant amount of time. In the 17th century, Cyrano de Bergerac, the prototype for the famous literary character, wrote in A Voyage to the Moon about unusual ancient physical phenomena, including electricity. Imagine that in ancient times, people were well aware of small twin suns and how to use them. These were referred to as burning lamps, used exclusively in the magnificent tombs of great individuals. Cyrano explained that electricity was produced by the conflict between heat and cold, the fiery beast of the forest, and the icy beast. In the battle, accompanied by thunder, the fiery beast's eyes would ignite, powered by the light of the conflict. What seemed like fanciful storytelling for 300 years now resembles a poetic description of electrical reactions. French researcher Aimé Michel notes that a Rosicrucian Society's book, Fama Fraternitatis Rosae Crucis, published in 1814, contains an intriguing account. The book describes how eternal lamps, requiring no fuel or external power source, were discovered burning in the tomb of Christian Rosenkreutz. Cyrano commented, "Our contemporaries saw these lamps burning in those famous tombs. But their ignorant curiosity led to their destruction. They smashed them, hoping to find inside their reservoirs the fire that produced the light." An electric pyramid? Czechoslovakian radio engineer Karel Durbal conducted experiments and concluded that the pyramid's spatial geometry influences physical, chemical, and biological processes within it. He suggested that the pyramid's shape concentrates electromagnetic waves, cosmic rays, or an as-yet unknown energy. British inventor Sir William Siemens recounted a curious experience atop the Great Pyramid of Khufu. His Arab guide noticed that when he stretched out his hand, a high-pitched buzzing sound appeared. Siemens, intrigued, extended his finger and felt a slight tingling sensation. When he tried drinking wine from a bottle he had brought, he felt a mild electric shock. Wrapping the bottle in a damp newspaper to create a Leyden jar, he lifted it over his head, and it immediately began emitting sparks. Frightened by this magic, the guide called Siemens a sorcerer. When another guide tried to grab Siemens's companion, Siemens directed the bottle at him, discharging a spark that caused the guide to collapse in fear before fleeing. Radio technician L. Turin theorized that pyramids act as resonators, drawing energy from space. Others argue that the pyramid functions like a massive lens, accumulating incoming energy and redirecting it, possibly into its subterranean passages. Parabolic antennas? In the late 20th century, some scientists proposed that pyramids resemble ancient parabolic antennas. Their construction, however, surpasses modern equivalents. According to this theory, the The seemingly enigmatic tunnels, dead ends, chambers, and ritualistic structures inside the pyramids are actually oversized waveguides, resonators, and other components. The principle of the pyramidal antenna mirrors that of a parabolic one, collecting energy over a large surface area and focusing it at a single point. The difference is that a parabolic antenna's focal point lies in front of it, relying on reflection, while the pyramid's focal point is internal, relying on the optical principle of refraction. Professor Alvarez Lopez proposed a hypothesis suggesting that the Great Pyramid was used for experiments with nuclear energy. He asserts that there is nothing in the pyramid's chambers or passages that contradicts his theory. According to him, the pyramid functioned like a modern nuclear power plant, operating on the principle of a steam engine. Uranium atoms were transformed into plutonium, releasing heat that would heat water. Thus, the internal chambers of the pyramid acted as a boiler, and the king's chamber was a nuclear reactor. Researchers who support Lopez's theory conducted complex calculations to demonstrate their hypothesis that the 4 channels or shafts precisely indicate that these chambers were nuclear reactors. The king's chamber, as a reactor, needed 2 external channels for proper functioning, one for steam release and another for additional cooling. The safety system, as we might call it, developed by the ancient Egyptians, according to this hypothesis, ensured that the ventilation channels were sealed. In the event of excess pressure or temperature, plugs, safety valves, would simply be expelled, reducing pressure without any explosions. Interestingly, copper-tipped rods and stone spheres resembling plugs were discovered in the ventilation channels of the Great Pyramid. The story of this discovery is quite fascinating and worth recounting. In his book, previously mentioned, Piazzi Smith describes the discovery of recently found air shafts in the Queen's chamber. Smith recounts how Wayneman Dixon and Dr. Grant first identified the ventilation channels in this chamber. Noticing a crack in the southern wall of the Queen's chamber, pointed out by Dr. Grant, Wayneman Dixon inserted a wire as far as it could go and then asked a handyman carpenter to use a steel chisel and hammer to create an opening in the wall. Then, measuring the same distance on the northern wall, Mr. Dixon asked the invaluable Bill Grandley to perform the same work with a hammer and chisel. Dixon and Grant lit torches, trying to see where the smoke emerged from the pyramid's exterior, but saw nothing. A particularly curious passage follows. Some additional items, however, were found in the channels, namely a small bronze hook, a piece of wood, likely cedar, which might have been the hook's handle, and a gray-green granite sphere, weighing 8,325 grains, approximately 0.85 kilograms. Smith describes how these discoveries caused a sensation in London, but after that, the trail of the unique findings went cold. Their significance cannot be overstated, as any find inside the pyramid is critical. These objects were not located in the British Museum, Edinburgh University, or elsewhere. However, fascinating correspondence between Wayneman Dixon's brother and Piazzi Smith sheds light on these events. On September 2, 1872, Dixon wrote, "Very pleased that all our drilling and scraping inside the pyramid led to the discovery of shafts in the Queen's chamber. I know he, Wayneman, sent you a copy of the report. I hope to receive more by Monday's mail, and will send you a copy of his letter if he doesn't do it himself. I think the sealed entrances to the shafts will significantly upset existing theories. I have a proposal to drill into the eastern walls of both the King's and Queen's chambers, as well as to use smoke and pistols to determine their connections by sight, sound, or smell. It may also be possible to trigger vibrations to dislodge any objects lying in the passage, which could be retrieved. With the dead man's hook." On November 15th, Dixon wrote again, "I've just returned from a hasty trip to Egypt, saw the new passages or shafts in the Queen's chamber, Dixon's passages, and brought back the items found in one of them. A bronze hook, a granite sphere undoubtedly weighing 1 pound 3 ounces, and an old stick about 5 inches long." On November 23rd, Dixon sent 2 letters to Smythe. In one, he informed Smith that he had sent the items to England. These items are packed in a cigar box and sent by passenger train. Inside the box are a stone sphere, a bronze hook, and a wooden stick, which I placed in a glass tube for safety. You may draw, photograph, or do anything you like with them, but return them without delay, as many want to see them. And next week, the Graphic intends to publish their illustrations, so there will be a surge of interest. Is there any chance the British Museum might offer a few £100 for these finds? If so, I'll use the money for pyramid research. I'll approach the museum once these finds become well known. In another letter, Dixon reflects on Smith's assumption that the shafts in the king's chamber might be air shafts. Your remark about naming these new channels may hold, but I would caution against prematurely judging these shafts as air ducts, simply because they were so carefully constructed, yet did not lead directly to the burial chamber. This suggestion seems unlikely when considering the stone block sealing the entrance, which is 5 inches long. I've considered this question from all sides, and it's clear to me they had no external atmospheric outlet. This is exactly where, in the northern shaft, we found these items. Smith received the cigar box containing these items on November 26, 1872. He drew and documented them in his diary. He apparently returned them, as no further mention of the items was found. Rediscovery in modern times. In the early 1990s, this story took an unexpected turn. A robot equipped with a video camera explored the shafts of the Queen's chamber and recorded a sphere, a piece of wood, and a metal hook in one of them. Whether these were the same items Dixon retrieved, or a second set from another shaft, remains unclear. If they were the same, why would Dixon have returned them to the pyramid? A few years later, Dixon's sphere, stick, and hook were rediscovered in the British Museum's storage. They had been misplaced because they were donated only in 1972 by Dixon's great-great-granddaughter. Could these spheres have been part of a safety valve system? What purpose did these items serve? Their deliberate placement in the channels suggests they were no accident. Nuclear theories. The Queen's chamber is accessed via a staircase, because its floor is lower than the horizontal corridor leading to it. Advocates of the nuclear reactor theory believe this design allowed for the accumulation of cooling liquids. Additionally, it has been noted that the corridor walls are saturated with saline solution, and the relieving chamber contains strange stalactites, also salt-based. This could be explained by the fact that the pyramid's blocks were quarried from limestone deposits on the seabed, thus containing salt. However, the stalactites sometimes reach 10 centimeters and grow even from gaps between blocks. Their peculiar forms and abundance suggest experiments conducted inside the structure. What these experiments were, however, remains a mystery for now. The greatest error in attempting to understand the purpose of the pyramids is the persistent effort to fit them into concepts we understand well, such as electricity, nuclear energy, and so on. It's akin to imagining that medieval Arab explorers, had they discovered electric lamps in the pyramids, would have speculated about where to insert the wick and pour oil to make these mysterious devices burn brighter. This would be the best-case scenario, but we cannot know what kind of energy the pyramid's inhabitants might have used. It's likely something currently unknown to us, or only theorized by modern science, such as cosmic rays. Scientists suggest These rays could provide an energy source that would make nuclear power seem like child's play. Can anyone truly propose a cohesive and structured theory that can answer all the questions posed by the Great Pyramid and unify all theories under one logical framework? Unfortunately, the answer is no. The reason is quite simple. We cannot yet say anything definitively coherent about this giant edifice. However, one does wonder if we are like savages sitting near a nuclear power plant trying to comprehend its principles by reasoning along these lines. Here are large round things. There is steam coming out from here, and wires are running over there. Unfortunately, we can only attempt to formulate questions to start thinking about them, and this is precisely what we have tried to do. Whether to believe in the architectural genius of the ancient Egyptians, Atlanteans, or even extraterrestrials is a personal choice. But ultimately, the Great Pyramid, and indeed ancient Egypt in general, remain a puzzle, a seemingly unsolvable one.